Oh, good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's Saturday. It's also World Oceans Day, and we're going to be celebrating that today here on Sewing Street. I've got this wonderful quilt behind me from Janet Clare. You can get the book on the show. We are talking all things oceans today, and also the theme of World Ocean Day this year is discovering new depths. And I'm going to interpret that as kind of awakening new interests in different areas of sewing and crafting. And we are looking at that today as well on Sewing Street. So it's a great day to be here. I'm Stuart Hillard, and this is Sewing Street. And we're going to start with our early bird. And guess what? I mean, we really should have dolphins and whales leaping through the air there. Really, Charlie, you could have done better. Here is our early bird. This is super cute. It's a little pin badge from Emma Ball, and it is a whale. Now, aren't whales, which is the biggest whale? Is it the blue whale is the biggest? That is meant to be the biggest animal, creature that has ever existed, bigger than any of the dinosaurs, isn't it? Anyway, this is brand new from Emma Ball. It's a gorgeous little whale pin badge. The price is dropping right down to $3.99. Have a whale of a time. Go on, you know you want to. That's very cute. Very cute indeed. Don't they have little barnacles on them? And there's whole sort of like families of creatures, ecosystems that call a whale its home. It is their place where they live. Like I live in Yorkshire, I live on Whale. I live in Wales. Different though. Very oh, it's very cute. Morning to Tracy. She says, morning, everyone. Morning, my lovely. Morning, Hel, as well. She says, good morning, Stuart. From sunny Kent. Well, it's not sunny here, Hel, let me tell you. It is pouring with rain in the Midlands, but that's okay, because it's adding water to the oceans on World Ocean Day. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Very, very cute. It's our early bird today. It is the Emma Ball pin badge for World Oceans Day. We'll be talking all things oceans. If you have any great ocean stories, do get them in, won't you? Yeah. Tell me your best ocean story. I nearly drowned when I was in Australia once. But the weirdest thing was Charlie couldn't swim, before, and he'd learned to swim at 40. And he had learned to swim, and he'd been for lessons about 6 weeks before we went to Australia. And then I got sort of like caught in a rip current, and he came in and saved me from, seriously, isn't that spooky? And if it had been a year before or even 6 months before, he wouldn't have been able to get in there and help me. So everything happens for a reason, right? That's my ocean story. Anyway, hopefully yours is a bit... Well, mine's quite happy. I mean, I didn't. So, yeah, that's my story. What's yours? Good morning to Jan. She says, good morning, Stuart. It's raining on Portland as well. It's not the best summer we've ever had, is it? Hannah, our producer, Hannah's producing today. She just told me she once saw a neon slug. A sea slug. Oh, okay. I was just crawling in your garden, Hannah. No. Charlie is directing. Charlie, any great ocean stories? Not telling that story, it's awful. Okay, right, okay. Our early bird today, the whale pin badge, $3.99 instead of $4.99, because we are celebrating World Oceans Day. We've got lots of ocean-themed fabrics. Wendy's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart. Good morning, my lovely in Bristol. How is it there? Is it sunny? Is it wet? I mean, whatever the weather, we'll have a great morning, right? Okay, let's do the menu. Let's see what's coming up. So here we go. We're starting out with the launch of the Lewis and Irene Ocean Pearls collection. It is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, ocean themed fabric. You're going to love it. I've also got some other gorgeous things and some lovely gifting from Emma Ball. Now at 9 o'clock, Emma Bradford joins me with the first of 2 shows. This is highlighting Kumiko Frydl's book, Miniature Quilts. And look at these. How beautiful. We have got panels as well, actually, to make either of those 2 options. This is easy, fun, landscape, seascape quilting. You're going to love it. I'm really tempted. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got a brand new guest joining us. It's Janie from Janie's Originals Vintage. And we have got some absolutely gorgeous fabrics. We've got scrap bags. We've got sari scrap bags. We have got like fibre scrap bags as well. Really cool, exciting products. Look at these samples. Aren't they beautiful? Ever so clever. Just lovely journals, and we've got cushions, we've got bags. Lovely. All right, then at 11 o'clock, Emma's back, and this time we're going to be looking through this gorgeous book, which is called Use and Ornament, The History and Future of Improv Quilting by Nicholas Ball. Now, this launched, I think, just the other... Look, it's all shiny and pink. Absolutely beautiful book. It's a kind of coffee table book that you're going to keep dipping into, keep being inspired by, and also it's going to take us all slightly out of our comfort zone. Lovely Jo Avery, love her. Slightly take us out of our comfort zone as we abandon accuracy and abandon a 1/4 inch seam allowance and just go for it, and it's good for the soul. And just beautiful. So I'm really excited, and I'm going to be having a go at some improv quilting before. Never tried it. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got ocean kits and fabrics, including the book for the spoon drift quilt, which is one of my absolute favourite things that Janet Clare has ever made. Absolutely love this. Now, if you want to get in touch with the studio, we love, love, love your messages. We couldn't be here without you. You can message the studio. Now, you can get in touch, email studio@sewingstreet.com. You can send us pictures. You can go on Facebook, Sewing Street TV, and that's how lots of you do get in touch, which is fab. You can also go to the website and then click on Watch Live, and then you can message us there. Go on, send us a message, Hannah. You know you want to. Hello. Hello. I'm having a whale of a... No. Oh. Oh, haha. See what you did there? It's a bit of a dad joke, that, isn't it? And there we go. There's our pin badge. Look at this beautiful Ocean Pearls collection. The starfish fabric is giving me goosebumps. The double border fabric, absolutely beautiful. Look. It is so beautiful. The colours are sublime. Absolutely lovely. We've also got this fabric collection called Ocean Story, which is bright and beautiful. Look at that. It is so vibrant. Absolutely gorgeous. Great fun fabrics there. And then we've got the lovely Emma Ball products. Look at that. And look at the price, $7.99 for the mug, and it's got a gift box. We've got tins, we've got notepads. Really, really lovely. I think I've been to that beach. It wasn't in this country. Oh. Gorgeous. Emma Ball products are just absolutely gorgeous. We've also got just there a bolt of navy wild waves. So just mention this really quickly. I've got one bolt, a whole, in fact we're going to do it now. I've got one bolt. Isn't it beautiful? This would be absolutely fab for your piecing, borders, backing. You've got 12 meters of fabric here, and we're going to crash it. You'll have to be quick. I've only got one. Should be £95 and change. It's £59.99. It's going to fly. That's for 12 metres. Is that £5 a metre, Hannah? I think it might be. You will need to be really quick. I've only got the one. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Right, okay. That's how our morning's looking. That's how to get in touch. Facebook's gone AWOL for some reason. Let's launch in to that beautiful Emma Ball gift range. We'll start with the gift box with mug. This is the one with turtles on. Look at the box. Isn't it cute? I mean, just the box alone, and it's really lovely quality. And then inside, the cutest. And the print is all the way around. These are all exclusive designs. Emma Ball is the artist and the owner of the company. I am absolutely in love with Emma Ball products. I just think they are so beautiful and desirable. It's a great size tea, coffee mug. Just super. Look, even the bottom of the mug has a cute little decal on it. And that all comes gift boxed for $7.99. Can you believe that? Very giftable, very stashable as well, ready for you-know-what in December. Or Father's Day, or birthdays, or just to buy yourself a little treat. And actually, I would keep the box and I would put my threads or my bobbins or something like that in and keep it in my sewing room. Everyone deserves a special mug. Yeah, that's gorgeous. And it's called Turtles Bone China Mug. Charlie's got a turtles and a tortoise. I never knew that. Ah, very cute. Very cute. They are beautiful. That's the turtles. Now, I've also got the whales. Oh, thanks, Dan. I don't know why Facebook kind of decided to shut itself down. A few quick good mornings while you have a look at that lovely box. Jan says, morning, Stuart. It's raining on Portland as well. We did that. Hilary says, morning, lovely Stuart. Morning, lovely Hilary. I need to talk to you, Hilary. She says, I'm going wedding shopping today. Hilary, has Mike finally decided to make an honest woman of you? No. They got married about 40 years ago. I'm kidding. It's your son, isn't it? It's so exciting. Congratulations. Steph says, morning, Stuart. I remember Portland Bill, children's parade. Oh, I remember that too. Didn't have a theme song. I don't remember what it was. Christine says, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Christine, I'm getting that on a T-shirt. Good morning to you, my lovely. Right, the Under the Sea bone. Now, I don't understand why this is $12.99 and the turtles were $7.99. Is that a mistake? The turtles might be a mistake. I don't... Oh. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Oh, lovely though. It's gorgeous. Well, $12.99 sounds like a bargain anyway. It's just the turtles at $7.99 seems, I don't know what. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Now, you are by the sea, Patricia. How's it looking out there? Any whales? Any turtles? Gorgeous though. Lovely. And again, a little decal on the bottom. Coastal sea life. Gorgeous. Yeah, take advantage of that $7.99 for the turtles. Either gorgeous. They do make rather a lovely matching pair, don't they? One of each. Actually, one of each would be less than £21. I think that's absolutely amazing for two beautiful gift boxed mugs. Gorgeous. Love the box too. Just watch out with the turtles. They're going very, very fast indeed. Now, Margaret from Suffolk says, years ago, oh, it's an ocean story, fabulous. Years ago, my dad and brother were diving off the pier at Felixstowe. My dad's false, oh, I didn't know it was going this way. My dad's false teeth fell out and my brother came up shouting, I got them. It was a... Margaret, what? It was a what? I need to know. We all need to know now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wendy, I did ask how the weather was in Bristol. She says, it's cloudy. It has been raining, though. I mean, it's good for the garden. It's good for the garden. And I assume it's good for the oceans, too. Oh, well, stay in and watch Sewing Street, my love. Right, I'll pop those mugs to one side. What should we do next? The tin? Can we do that? This is absolutely... Now, straight away, my thought went to, oh, I could put biscuits in there. See, this is $7.99. The prices are Astonishing. What about crochet hooks for storage? Or DPNs? You could put this could be a gift, couldn't it? Put some yarn, crochet hook or DPNs, ball of sock yarn, little EPP set, yeah, little pair of scissors, a glue pen, of course, some hexes, a bit of, some fat quarters. But absolutely good. And you could go in your stash, couldn't you? And find some fabrics. It doesn't have to be new fabric. It could be fabric from your stash. But that is absolutely lovely. But of course, I am thinking biscuits. Yes, I'm thinking of the biscuits that could go in there. It does seal really well, so it would keep biscuits fresh for the approximately 3 hours that they would last in my house. Oh, Margaret, I got it. I got a crab. Thank you, Margaret. So they weren't the false teeth. Please tell me you didn't put the crab in his mouth. Oh, well, thank you for finishing the story. Hilarious. This is absolutely gorgeous. Brand new from Emma Ball. There is no space wasted on an Emma Ball product. She just covers it in beautiful artwork. And this is all Emma's original artwork. Look at the creatures in the sea. Is that a swordfish or is it a narwhal? It's a narwhal. All I'm getting in my ear is a song from Hannah about narwhals, and it's very hard to speak over the top of that. It really is. It really is. Just utterly, utterly delightful. Emma Ball, you are a genius. I love what you do. This is ace. This is ace. These are definitely coming down to grab your chips, aren't they? I love that. Every time we go to Filey, we sort of watch the unknowing tourist get their chips nicked. Because if you just sit there with them out in your lap, you are asking for trouble. Yeah, before you know it, the seagull swoops down and they don't take a chip, they take the whole packet. They take the lot. Now, I've got fewer than 30 of these left. If you want to grab this, you need to be quick. Isabel from Leicestershire says, morning, lovely. Wow, you're like a ray of sunshine, bringing us so many wonderful things to look forward to on this damp and dreary Saturday. Isabel, you are welcome. I'm just here showing you the stuff. Our buyers do a wonderful job, don't they, of getting really, really fun, really lovely product. But thank you, Isabel, and thank you for the emoji. Absolutely gorgeous. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's no sunshine outside. You're going to have to stick around for that. Love it. Okay, go through with your tin. Absolutely beautiful. Now, I've got a little rectangular tin. Oh, these are adorable. Absolutely adorable. When I lived in Norfolk, I was about 6 miles from a place called Sea Palling, which was a little beach. And I used to go there sometimes before school when I was teaching, and I would drive there at like 6 o'clock in the morning just for a little walk on the beach, and there would always be seals on the beach. It was magical, and starfish in the water clinging to the rocks. I remember the first time I saw a starfish, I was like, I can't believe this. Look, there's a starfish. It was so cool. And then I walked along the beach, and as I got along there with these rocks, there were literally hundreds of them all around the rocks. It was amazing. It was amazing. Anyway, what would you put in this tin? A little repair set, little needle thread buttons, little needle threader. What about sweeties to take along to workshops and classes? You could have this for your small requirements, whatever they might be. Little emergency puncture repair outfit. Do you remember those? Tracy says, morning, lovely Stuart. I was on a cruise ship, another ocean story, everyone, in the Atlantic, and we saw a beautiful turtle swimming alongside, enjoying the wash from the ship. I love that. That is so cute. Sandra says, good morning, lovely Stuart. The sun is shining in Glasgow at the moment. Wet sunshine is forecast later, though. I love your positive thinking. Lisa Lamb has been in touch. Good morning, Lisa Lamb, the legend. She says, hey, Stuart, it's going to be a lovely day in Brighton. And I'm working with some blue skies and nutmeg on my show next Sunday. Thank you. Thank you. Steph says, Portland Built theme song sounds like the bloke who played the Toad Gabriel, who played banjo in Bagpuss. His voice, I mean. I think I know what you mean. Fab. Over half the stock's gone. Be quick for that one, won't you? Marie says, good morning, Stuart, from a bright and sunny Islington. Lynn's got in touch, commenting on the lost teeth. She says, so is there now a fish swimming round with someone's false teeth in? Very possibly, very possibly. Steph says, could have kept them in the tin. Kept them safe. Absolutely, absolutely. I don't know if they'd fit, but you never know. But gorgeous, just gorgeous. Hi, Stuart. It's lovely and sunny here in Ramsey, Isle of Man, and the sea is lovely and calm from Alex. And also, look at that emoji. Is that a sardine? Is that some kind of fishy? Love it, love it. Never been to the Isle of Man. Need to go? No, I'd never been to the Isle of Wight until last year. And then I loved it so much, I'm going back this year. Yeah. We've got to discover our beautiful country, haven't we? You know, you're never a tourist in your own town. Katie from Essex has got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Your rays of sunshine have reached Essex. It's beautiful blue sky too. Hurrah! But don't go out, Katie. Stay in with us. Stay with us. Yeah, you don't want to be out in that sunshine. Oh, another message? Wonderful. It's so lovely to hear from everybody. This is from Susan, who's in Hampshire. She says, morning, Stuart. Great morning shows. Sunny here in Portsmouth and Southsea. Oh, awesome. So down on the south coast, very nice. If you've just joined us, why are we talking so much about the sea and oceans? It's World Oceans Day, and we are celebrating here at Sewing Street. We've got some gorgeous sea-themed fabric. We've got these gorgeous sea-themed gifts from Emma Ball. Absolutely love that. Jill says, no rain here in Devon, but a bit dull. That's not too bad. Now, we've gone smaller, and now here's the smallest. I love tiny things. Don't you? I just love tiny things. They're cute. This is swimming seals. How cute is that? You can see the size. My hand's for scale. And this slides. So I would put little peppermints, little breath fresheners, or you could put like a little needle and thread, little repair kit in there, or you could have a tiny mouse in with a little quilt, little bed, couldn't you? Sleeping in there to tuck in your pocket when you're travelling. Worry dolls, things like that. Very cute. Look at the price as well. $1.99. Like this. Steph says, what's a fish's favourite song? Salmon Chanted Evening. No one here got that. They're all too young. Some Enchanted Evening. Do you get it now? What's your favourite fish or sea-themed joke? Get it in. You know how. Yay. Very cute. Right, the slate pad. Oh, yes. Love a notepad. Look at this. This has got like, not a slate, slant. Oh, that's lovely, like a sort of wedge shape. Oh, that's gorgeous. And look, the whales are literally under the sea. Look. Well, this is what happened to me in Australia. There I wasn't swimming out of my depth. I was walking in the sea. I was literally, up to my thighs. And then I thought, oh, well, just, and then suddenly the ground underneath just fell away and I was bobbing in the water and I thought, oh, no problem, I shall just swim back. The coast is only there. And then I was in this riptide. And then Charlie came surging into the water, like, excuse me, like something from Baywatch, but Yorkshire, And he was like, are you all right? No, he didn't say that. But absolutely, isn't that gorgeous? I would write little notes on that. I would write shopping notes. Buy biscuits. Eat them. put in Emma Ball tin. Oh, that's a fun idea. You could do little notes for people, do a speech bubble from the seagull or from the whale. It would be like, buy chips and mushy peas, I will bring the fish. $4.99 for that. But again, very stashable, very giftable. I love the fact that it's all wrapped up. So if you are stashing this for a present later in the year, it's not going to get grubby. It's not going to get damaged. Very good. Very good. Love that. Right. I've also got like a sort of to-do list, shopping list, which has a magnetic back. $2.99 for this. Well, do you know, I just bought one and it got a hair on it and magnet on, and I paid $7.99 for that in a garden centre. I'm mad. This is $2.99. I'm cross now. I'm cross with myself. I should have waited. Anyway, very cute. Things to do, shopping, directions, handy list. Now remember, when you shop at Sewing Street, you pay one postage and packing all day long. $3.95. All you've got to remember to do is combine your orders as you go. So you can shop as many times as you like, you can check out as many times as you like, and then at midnight, all of your shopping baskets get combined into one. You pay 1 P&P. Just remember to combine your baskets. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of this has jumped into baskets. I'm just reading a message from Lynn, who says, I'm having a chuckle at the sliding lid box, remembering Compo on Last of the Summer Wine. Don't know the reference, but it sounds cheeky. Fabulous, fabulous. Now, I've also got some tape, some washi tape. This is washi tape from Emma Ball. It has got whales and fish on it. Now, we often talk about using washi tape on the bed of your sewing machine to mark seam allowances, but it's useful for a whole host of other things. It's also really good for creating little, for like underlining sections or journaling, things like that as well. So really lovely to have. And this is proper lovely sea-themed washi tape. £1.49. Gosh, it's amazing. 10 metres. Absolutely brilliant. Very good. That's going to sell out too. That's all my Emma Ball. Now, let's have a look at the brand new collection from Lewis and Irene. This is called Ocean Pearls. And I have a mega bundle. I have these fabrics by the half metre too, but we'll look at their mega bundle first. It's £71.91. And you are getting half a metre for free. Now, this is gorgeous. I'm going to start with the coordinates, if you like. These are seashells on a lovely sort of slaty grey background. You've also got that one in a much richer blue shade. Next up, I'm obsessed with this print. It's the starfish. It's like being back in Sea Pauling. Now, you get that in two different colourways. You get the creamy white background. You also get it on the navy blue background. Oh, you didn't take the half metre off yet, Hannah. Oh, so actually you don't pay 71, you pay 63.92. Oh my goodness. Fab. Fab. I love it. I love it. Right. If you've already checked out, don't worry, you pay $63.92. Now, next up, you have got... Now, this I'm going to open out wider because I want you to see. You get so many beautiful motifs in this fabric. And do you see the diamond grid? Absolutely gorgeous. This would be so good on a bag, for example, because you could quilt those lines and make your bag up, a tote bag, a handbag, a shoulder bag, rucksack, gorgeous. But also you could use this for the back of a quilt and then quilt from the back and just follow the lines. You don't even have to mark anything, just eyeball the lines. And then when you turn the quilt over, it's all quilted in a diamond crosshatch and you didn't have to mark it. Fabulous, fabulous. So that's that one. Then you also get the same print, but in the blue background, which is really rich. And I love the little bronzy and lilac tones in there as well. Fabulous. So that's that one. Then you've got this one here. This is the largest scale print. How beautiful is that? I'm thinking toiletry bags, wash bags, makeup bags, anything that's sort of, you know, that's sort of related. Gorgeous in the ivory background. If you make and sell, I mean, how professional, how eye-catching, but also really classy your makes are going to look, made out of this collection. And then the last fabric in the mega bundle, remember you are getting ½ metre for free, so why not this one, is a double border fabric. And I'll show you what that is. So this is effectively a fat quarter, okay, and you've got that border running along. So straight away, I'm going to hold it up. Imagine that, making that into a cushion, for example, just as is. Quilt it, make it up as a cushion, or as a bag, or a bag flap. You could cut from there. But what you actually get on the fabric is you get a double border. So if you're thinking, okay, lovely for a quilt, you could cut wide borders. You've also got coordinating fabric in the centre that you could use within your piecing or as a secondary border. And then you've got your second border there. I think that's really clever fabric, and it is beautiful. Just have a look at some of the details in that. Isn't it cool? Love that. Love that. And you've really got all the elements there that you see in all of the other fabrics. You've got those outline shells at the bottom, just like these. You've got all of the different shells and foliage. You've got the creatures too. This is flying out, by the way. We're almost down to single figures on the bundle. It's a great price too, £63.92. You're saving the price of ½ metre. You're also getting all of the fabrics that we have in the collection. Now, I did mention you could get the fabrics by the ½ metre. Let me run through those. We'll start with that double border print, as it was the last one we looked at. So this is the kind of thing that, yeah, if you wanted to do something like, and you don't necessarily need to have these borders all the way around a quilt on all four sides. You could have it at the top or the bottom of a quilt. You could use this print to make pillows to go on a bed with maybe the others in a quilt, but use these to make big pillows. That would be lovely. If I turn it this way, can you imagine your pillow kind of like that? Does that make sense? There's your pillow. Obviously, you'd want it a bit bigger than that, but you could do some piecing over here, or you could have this plain, just quilted. £7.99 ½ metre. I think, wait a minute. Yes, so have a look here. Can you see, it says pearlescent. If you look on the shell, can you see that shimmer, that pearlescent shimmer? So actually, Lewis and Irene have started doing bumbleberries with pearlescent shimmer. I have this fabric, and this collection's got hints of that pearlescent throughout. Love that. It's also on the turtle shell. I'll show you that. Can you see? Oh, a little bit of glamour there. A little bit of bling. Look, it's swimming through the ocean. Love it. Right, that's the double border. Next up, let's do the big shells. Let's do it in the blue. So again, this is the largest scale. If you take that double border out, this is the largest scale print. Lovely soft tones in there, sage green, lilac, bronze, and this lovely kind of tealy blue. Little shorts for the summer, a little shirt for the summer. What about that? Or a big shirt for a big boy. Yeah. Or a sun hat, bucket hat. Little bucket hat, that would be fun, yeah. Or, as I say, just lovely things for the bathroom. So many of us have a bit of a sea theme in the bathroom, don't we? You know, toiletry bags. Or what about using this on the back of a quilt? Actually, what about just using this on the front of the quilt and not doing any piecing, just have whole cloth, or put this with a border around the outside and just quilt it, and that's your beachy quilt. I've got less than 10 metres of this left. If you've got my book, Bags for Life, there is a convertible tote towel in there, which opens out into about 6'4" beach towel. This would be perfect to do more of a sea-themed one. Love it. That's with the blue background. I've also got that with an ivory, creamy ivory background. And this, you know, this one might be my favourite out of the two. I just love the cleanness of this. It's really crisp, isn't it? Really crisp. I'd like a weekender in that. Quilted weekender bag, that would be lovely. Or a makeup roll. Again, Bags for Life, there's a makeup roll in there. There's a toiletry bag. Sue's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart, from an overcast Cornwall. I'm still trying to convince myself to join the neighbours for a 6:30 a.m. swim. Oh, no, p.m. swim in the sea. Think they're all slightly mad. Also, I stayed with some lovely people on the Gower Peninsula in Wales a few years ago. And they said to me, oh, we go sea swimming in the morning. Would you like to come? And I said, oh, I'd love to, but I haven't brought swimwear. And they said, oh, no, it's fine. We've got loads of spares. And I was like, oh, no, I can't because I've got a verruca. Anything. Like, no, I can't. And then I looked out of the window in the morning and saw them both going through. They had like a garden wall with a gate in it that just went straight through onto the beach. I mean, what a lovely location. But still, it was not the Australian sea that's warm. It was cold. Couldn't do it. Anyway, but this has got that pearlescent shimmer too. Did you see? On all the shells, you've got that lovely shimmer. It's almost like mother of pearl, isn't it? Little fishes there. Yeah, very cute. Right, next up, we've got the kind of all over. This is really cool, actually, because this has got so many opportunities for fussy cutting. And you've got those mirror images, those wonderful, for things like English paper piecing, for stack and whack, anything like that where you want to create kaleidoscope effects. This fabric is already doing 2/3 of the work for you. We've got less than 5 meters of this left. It's been very, very popular. If you want this one, delicious, absolutely delicious, gorgeous. Now, I've also got that in it's almost like a silvery grey background. What I'm going to do, while I've got that out, I'm just going to grab one of the other silvery grey so you can just see that background. Isn't it lovely? And again, that's got that diamond that you could quilt. Oh, no, just a fun joke. I was just reading. I just had to understand the joke. Steph says, fabulous joke from David Niven. He was a raconteur, wasn't he? About a prawn and a crab who are going out with each other. The in-laws didn't approve of the crab at all until he got drunk and managed to walk in a straight line. I like it. I like it. That's cool. Lovely fabric. Absolutely good. What would you do with this fabric? That's what I want to know. Right, my obsession next, the starfish fabric. The starfish fabric. And again, I've got that in the blue background and the ivory background. Let's do blue first. Again, you've got those little elements of almost like a pinky bronze, soft sage green, a little bit of turquoise in there as well. And look, you've got that pearlescence in some of the star. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Love it. You could also, if you were making things, you could add things like little seed pearls or sequins, pearlescent sequins to this as well, just to really add extra glimmer and gleam. Nice. With the ivory background. Love this. Again, pearlescent accents throughout. Oh, Mo says, morning, handsome, and the crew. Love it. Did you all get that, crew? Morning, handsome, and crew. Actually, in fairness, Mo, they are a handsome crew. They are. It's true. And they're a lot of fun, which makes up for a lot of things. Gorgeous. Right, and then the last two fabrics in this collection are those sort of outline shells in the silver and the blue. Let's do the blue first. Bleu. La mer. La mer. It's just very elegant, isn't it? Very elegant. Very smart. Again, this has got pearlescent. These little dots are pearlescent. Just lovely, isn't it? Actually, I'd really like something like a Roman blind in that. Just, yeah, in a little window, perhaps some little coordinating cushions, little window seat, very nice. Perhaps reading Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. I dreamed again of Pemberley? No. Oh, something like that. I actually, years ago, I was asked to speak at the Daphne du Maurier Literary Festival. I thought, oh, is this some kind of bad joke? Why have they asked me to speak at a literary festival? But I did a talk about my first book, and it was jolly and it was great fun. I loved it. It was absolutely brilliant. I think it's now called the Foy Festival, isn't it? But it was the Daphne du Maurier Words and Music Festival. This is the silver. Oh, now that's a good... Yes, these fabrics would work very well to make your own version of Janet Clare's Spoondrift quilt, wouldn't they? Perhaps combined with some bumbleberries and some tonals, some solids, some batiks you could combine. Ah, Mandalay, thank you, Kathy. I dreamed again of Mandalay. Mandalay, yes. I dreamed again of Mandalay. Yes. I'm very cultured. I've never read it. Right, now we also have a mega bundle and you make a great saving. You save $7.99. I've only got 7 bundles remaining, but you get half a metre, you get 9 different fabrics, you get half a metre of each, and one of those half metres is completely free. That's on us to say, thank you, you're awesome. Including that fabulous double border print, which I just think is such a superstar fabric. Yeah, fabulous. Have we got any of this left on its own? We do. We have a bit of that left over. Mandalay, wasn't it a house? Mandalay is a house. It's not Mandalay, it's Mandalay. I think it's a house. Anyway, gorgeous. $63.92. Now, Patricia says, morning, lovely. Could you tell me, please, if the turtle fabric in the silver grey would work with Hayley's shacket? 3 units? Thank you, Patricia. Oh, that's a superb idea. I love that. And yes, absolutely. Quilt weight cotton. So Hayley did a version which used Tim Holtz quilting cottons, combined with I think it was some black, like cotton drill that she'd combined the two together. Yeah, this would be lovely mixed with denim, wouldn't it? You could mix this with some denim in a shacket. Oh, I love that idea, Patricia. I love that idea. Very nice. Steph says Pemberley was Pride and Prejudice. You're absolutely right. See, I'm mixing up my culture there. Now, I've also got a plain and a bumbleberry combined, which would go really nicely with this collection. Here they are. So you get 1/2 metre of silver and 1/2 metre, oh, this is cloud, and then silver metallic bumbleberries. Nice. Because that's got those lovely look, metallic elements. All of these things in your sea-themed projects are really going to add some shimmer and some glint. We're going to take that under £10. Absolutely fab, £9.99 for that. Now I'm just going to grab one of Emma Bradford's samples from her first hour, because we have got panels, but I'm just thinking that if you were making something like that, a little bit of this mixed in just to get that shimmer and that sheen, or you know, if you've got a little bit of this, being able to fussy cut some of these creatures and a plique, or even a strip of this to sew in. So, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Why not? Okay. Now, I have another bundle of fabric, and this one is fabulously Technicolor bright. This is absolutely, when I think of coral reefs, and like the Great Barrier Reef, I think of this. This is a mega bundle. It's called Ocean Story. You get 4 meters, so 8 different fabrics for £63.92. This is cool. Look at these, the clownfish. Ah, that is so much fun. Corals. Finding Nemo there. Nemo means no one, doesn't it? It means nobody. Which I always wonder why it's called Finding Nobody. Or am I reading too much into it? I don't know. Anyway, oh, is that Dory? That's Dory. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, this is lovely. Wow, look at this. I mean, there's so much on those fabrics. I'm thinking about a sort of sea-themed, maybe an attic window quilt or an I Spy quilt. Have you ever made an I Spy quilt? So an I Spy quilt is where you use these sort of like feature fabrics that have got really cool motifs on them. And then you cut out squares, or they could be hexagons or whatever, and you sew them together with maybe plain squares or triangles, however you're doing it. And then basically you've got this gorgeous quilt, but then you can then sit with the grandchildren or whatever, and you can play I Spy with the quilt. So you say, I spy with my little eye, Finding Nemo, and you have to find or where's Dory? Or can you find something that lives in the sea but isn't a fish? You know, and you can play all these lovely fun games. Can you find something beginning with S? Where's the shark? You know, you can really have fun with an I Spy quilt, and the fabrics can be difficult to find. This is your ocean-themed I Spy. You could maybe do it in 4 sections. So you have a under the sea, on dry land, up in the air, and then maybe outer space. So you have 4 different sections in your I Spy quilt. Wouldn't that be fun? That would be fun to make. That would be fun to make. That's the bundle, £63.92. Now, we've also got fabrics by the half metre. Anywhere to start? Let's start with Bubbles. Bubbles! Just call me Bubbles, darling. Oh, this is lovely. That's a fun fabric. This isn't necessarily sort of under the water themed even, is it? It's just gorgeous bubbles. £7.99 a half metre. Champagne for everyone. I'm sorry, Mrs. DeVere, your check has bounced. Tap water for everyone. Next up ends in 40. This is so vibrant. They've been super popular. This is, you know, this is a bit like sort of Kaif, isn't it? The colour palette. He does those blues and purples and sea greens together. Also, I'm thinking this would mix with like your Jason Yenter and your Dan Morris digital prints, where they've got that vibrancy. Yeah. Oh, Steph talking about bacala, the salt cod. Delicious, absolutely delicious. I love things like that. It's like a dip, isn't it? Yummy. Next up, wonderful fish, ending 6-4. Lots and lots of opportunities here for that I Spy quilt, because depending on where you cut it, you could highlight different motifs. Also, you could do a lot of what's called broderie purse applique. So that's where, you know, rather than appliquing a fish, you know, where you make it out of solid, you actually put bond web behind that, cut out the actual fish, and then applique it to something. So you use a motif on one fabric to create a new one. Remember, this is half a metre. That is a lot of fabric. What about things like little swim bags? Or this would actually be really, really fun to make things like sunglass cases or little like covers for your book to take to the beach. You could also put something like ripstop inside it to protect the fabric, or eau de coat the fabric to make it water repellent. Fun. It's nice. I like that. Next up, let's do the clownfish. This ends 15. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Apparently, clownfish, when they're very, very young, deliberately sort of sting themselves on, is it anemones? So that they become immune to the stings, so that when they're older, they can swim into an anemone to protect themselves from predators. Interesting. I love the vibrant yellow in this. Gorgeous. More coral, this time in pinks and orange. The colours in this are stunning. Absolutely stunning. Imagine that just mixed with some solids. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Of course, once you start cutting into this, what you end up with are textures and shapes. And, you know, the smaller you cut, do you see? That's all, for me now, that's floral. That looks floral. It looks like bedding, you know what I mean, in a garden or a border. Isn't it fab? I mean, they are like gardens under the sea, aren't they? But, of course, they're not plants, are they? Corals, they're animals, really. They're organisms. Is that the right word? They're not plants, I do know that. Ending 5-8. Oh, this is gorgeous. Wow. I am thinking, Derek, if you're watching, I am thinking a shirt in that would be superb, wouldn't it? I'd be going straight to the Sea Life Centre or possibly Hawaii wearing that. Yeah, I mean, whatever your budget, you could go somewhere wearing this, couldn't you? I'd rather Hawaii, in fairness. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Next, all these gorgeous yellows ending 7-5. I think, isn't this in Finding Nemo as well, this fish? Yeah, he's in the fish tank, isn't he? Yellow tang fish, is that right? Ah, you do know your fish, Charlie. Goodness me, what would we do without you? Fab. tropical fish are always a little bit triggering for me because my childhood dentist had a tank of tropical fish, and of course it was the only time I ever saw them. It was like, oh yes, of course, it's just like Finding Nemo. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's in Finding Nemo, isn't it? It was quite common. I was the little girl with the braces. The back. That was me with the brace. I did have a fixed brace, actually. But it was worth it. And last of all, what a riot of colour this is. It's like a circus underwater, isn't it? Absolutely wonderful. Wow. Now, I just want to mention, I've got a few other rather fabulous fabrics. Don't forget the mega bundle, by the way. Excuse me, we do have a mega bundle. Just want to mention, I've got a few other Lewis and Irene fabrics. There's no bundle this time. I'm going to grab out the border print because this is another of those double wide double border. These actually glow in the dark. Where it's white, this glows in the dark. Look at that. That is, oh, amazing. And I love that ombre in the middle. Again, this would be, wouldn't it? Could that work in a shirt? You might have to piece the panel, or a skirt. Yes, rather lovely. The colours are so vibrant. Look at that. But then you've got this amazing ombre effect. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So this is by the half metre, £7.99, absolutely fab. Lots and lots of possibilities there. I've also got this wonderful blue whale fabric. This again, glow in the dark. Look, love it. Again, I think for your little fishy, who goes swimming, you could make them a lovely little swim bag out of this. That would be gorgeous. Half a metre would be plenty. Or a little beachy bag if you're going on holiday in the summer. I've got, now this looks like floral, but of course is sort of sea anemones and corals, but just beautiful. Glow in the dark, excuse me, almost Liberty-esque, but, under the sea. That's with the black background. And then I also have that with a very vibrant lilac background. This is really different. Again, I'm just thinking of any of you that make and sell. This fabric is really classy, really eye-catching. And it glows in the dark. I mean, goodness me. When you're on camping, on holiday, where's my wash bag? There it is, glowing in the corner. I'm not going to say anything about this fabric. Just look. Beautiful, beautiful. Is this glow in the dark? Does that glow in the dark? Oh, yeah, the little dolphins, they are. Now, again, this would be a fab shirt, wouldn't it? That would be fabulous. And then when you go to the club and they put the fluorescent lights on, you just like, hello, everybody. Do you remember those when you went to the nightclub and there was like, and if you wore white or if you happened to have really white teeth, it would be like, pow. I used to love that. Right, that's that. This little speckle. This also glows in the dark. This is making me think of, what is it krill that whales eat? It's krill, isn't it? That they filter through they've got like mesh, like teeth, that it filters through. This reminds me of krill floating in the water. I might be reading too much into it. Probably am. Little bubbles, yeah. But it could also be kind of spacey. And then I've got a couple of bumbleberries to go with Now let's do the pearlescent. These are just very gorgeous. Oh, blue one has sold out, thank you. But the cream, pearlescent bumbleberries. I can't believe the price of this. It's such a classy fabric, $7.49. Sandra in Lanarkshire says, I've got a glow-in-the-dark Wales fabric made into a cushion on my bed. Love falling asleep with it glowing away. Sandra in still sunny Glasgow. I love it, Sandra. I love it. One message to end them all. Claire says from Gloucestershire, reminds me of wearing a sheer black shirt with a white bra when clubbing. We'll mull on that, Claire, and we'll resume after the break.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long-arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests?
then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, you. Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's World Ocean Day, and this is Emma Bradford. Hello.
Hi.
It's so good to see you.
You too. I haven't seen you for ages.
I know, it's been too long.
Yes.
Do you have a good ocean story to share with us? Not right this minute, because I didn't ask you, but maybe later.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Think of one.
I bet you've driven from ocean to ocean on your motorbike, haven't you?
I haven't. I have crossed a channel. I've crossed a channel.
On a motorbike?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, with my motorbike.
Well, we probably need to hear that story. Anyway, welcome to Sewing Street. Really good to have you. 2 hours today with Emma, always a treat. This first hour is, well, in fact, both hours, really different, really exciting. And the theme of this year's Oceans Day is Awakening New Depths. Every year they have a theme.
Oh, that's
This year it's
perfect.
isn't it just?
Yeah.
Trying something different, maybe unlocking something deep inside you. Now today, first hour, we're looking at this fabulous book from Kumiko Frydl. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. It's called Miniature Quilts. I think any of us that go to quilt shows, particularly Festival or Houston, we always look at the miniatures, and I am always aghast at the incredible work. There's a quilt in here that I saw of Kumiko's in America. It wasn't this one, this is one of my favourites, Little Beauty. How incredible. Come close, have a look at this. Have a look at this, because it's absolutely exquisite. It's foundation paper pieced. Isn't it beautiful? It's also 11 3/4 inches square, which is about that big, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. These are all miniature quilts. I'll show you the quilt that I saw in Houston. It was this one, the Mariner's Compass with roses. And this is 11 3/4 inches square as well. These are all ribbon embroidery roses and little foundation pieced compasses. How cool is this? Or it might have been that one I saw, impeccable. Absolutely wild. But there's also some very achievable miniatures. For example, this one. Nothing scary about this. Now, we have created some fabric bundles to recreate that sort of seaside-y themed, and also this one, which is perhaps a little bit more tropical. I'm thinking,
Tropical sunset.
yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking this is probably more Barbados.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, somewhere like
you
that.
could see something like that at Cromer or Hunstanton. I mean, you never know.
Sea Pauling, Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Yes. Gorgeous. Anyway, the book is £12.99. Now, you need the book to use with the bundles. You don't get the book with the bundles because we know you probably want to do them both and you don't want 2 books. A lot of you have gone for both bundles. So get your book. It's £12.99. You get 15 inspirational designs with templates. Also as well, can I just say that many of these you could scale up. You've got the templates, you've got the foundations. There is no reason why you couldn't scale that up. But actually, foundation piecing something of that size isn't that hard. It isn't that hard. You use normal size pieces of fabric, you stitch them in, and then you trim them back, right?
Yep.
After you've sewn. You're not trying to sew a teeny tiny triangle on. You use a large, like an inch square of fabric, you sew it on and then you trim it back. But the results are incredible. And we all know that with foundation piecing, we can all make perfect blocks. And miniatures are no exception. But you could increase the size of that. You could scale that up and still make something small, but not that small.
Yeah.
Am I right there?
Yeah, yeah. Start a little bit bigger and then maybe go down.
Well, I absolutely would start with the seascape.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Because this isn't even miniature particularly. Now, so you need the book, so grab the book. It's £12.99. We'll keep that up as a side graphic. But we've also got these lovely bundles. We'll start with the blue one. So, is that for... wow, £9.99.
Oh, wow.
That's great. So £9.99 to make that. But don't forget, you do need the book. Look, you get... Oh, I'm impressed with this. Gosh, Emma, this is great.
It is, isn't it lovely? And you can definitely get at least 2, if
2?
not maybe 3, depending on how you're cutting it.
Wow. I suppose if I've got a few bumbleberries knocking around or a little bit of the Ocean Pearls collection, I could supplement. But look at all of this. We've got the sea, the sky, the beach. We've got all these tonals that almost look batik-y, very textural. Okay. You've got the grey, perhaps the rocks, perhaps the sea foam. You could add extras. And then look, you've got some extra cute little animals to add. So you've got a couple of seagulls, you've got dolphins, you've got seals, a walrus, you've got some birds, and I particularly love the whale tail. The swallows would look good. Almost like, on the sunset, like silhouetted. Yeah, very nice. You could also as well use them as just as templates. So, for example, if you wanted to do more of a nighttime look, you could cut these out in black fabric or navy blue fabric, couldn't you? Over half the stock has gone. If you want to make these cute, you could add your own quirky little details. I think it would be quite fun on this one. I would include like a piece of looks like crumpled paper and embroider some chips.
Chips, yes, that would be
on the paper, don't you think?
That would be hilarious, yeah.
Because you never see a seagull without a few chips on the floor.
No.
Love it. Can you see as well? I mean, Emma, superb making on this. I love it. Have you seen what Emma's done? It's got little curves in the piecing. Is that hard to do?
No, I'm going to show that.
Awesome.
Yep.
And look at how Emma's quilted it using the decorative stitches on her sewing machine to create the waves. I think that is super clever. Oh, I'm looking forward to this hour. So this bundle is going absolutely wild. You get the panel. You also get a quarter metre, fat quarter of navy blue. Is that to do your binding?
Binding is actually included in the panel. So you've got 2 long strips, blue, along one side.
Right.
And then, so you mean the fat quarter is for the backing.
Oh, look, there they are. So this is your back. You even get your backing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Add a little bit of bond web, little scrap of wadding. It might just be that you're thinking, I would do something completely different with this. But what a great inspiration panel. Very nice indeed. I've got fewer than 20 left. We had lots. Oh, wow. Fewer than 20 available now. Now, take me to Hawaii. I want sunset. Here it is. Here's your sunset. I think these make rather a beautiful matching pair. But also, I want this panel just for, look at the fabric. Look what you get. That's amazing. Now, you still get your cute animals, but look at all these beautiful tones and textures that you get included to create your sunset beach scene. Or maybe you're going to add some extra fabrics from your stash to this and go your own way. Why not? Here is Emma's in progress, and very easy to sew. Joyful, absolutely joyful. Love it. I love it. You also get a fat quarter of navy blue, again, for your backing. You see, there's no reason, you've got the animals appliqued, there's no reason if you wanted to use the greys, you could cut out some rocks and just create a few, couldn't you?
Make it a bit more, add some interest.
Yeah, or add a mermaid.
Oh, yes. Mermaid.
A lot of people are really into mermaids, aren't they? You could do that. You could have a mermaid in the middle of the waves. Yeah, gorgeous. Absolutely brilliant. Again, $9.99 for the panel and a fat quarter of navy. Incredible. How do they do it? Now, I've got one more bundle to share with you. Now, again, no book included because, you know, we're going to assume that you might have the book, or you might want to get other things, or you might look at this. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, it's fair to say this would make a lot of miniature quilts, Emma, because we've got 1.5 meters of white, we've got 0.5 meter of black, and then we have got, are these fat eighths? Fat eighths of, there's a mixture of solids and mixers, mottled mixers. How many do we get? 30. For 34. This is amazing. If you've ever wanted a little bit of everything, do you know what I mean? You know what I'm going to have to do in a minute, don't you? I'm going to have to rainbow these fabrics. Oh. But look at all the different colours you get. So what we thought was, let's put together a bundle that gives you so many options, be it landscape quilting or some of the other miniature projects in the book. Look at all of that. For $34.99, and you get 1.5 meters of white and 0.5 meter of black, as well as 30 fat eighths. I think this might be the star of the show. Hannah's just said to me in my ear, shall I do something amazing?
Yes, please.
Yes? Yes, please. Do it. Do it for the oceans. Not wow, £30.99. That means if we said this was £1, that would make this fabric £8 a metre, okay? £1 per fat eighth, and all of that, 2 metres for 99p.
Wow.
Well, it doesn't make any sense at all. Doesn't make any sense at all, but I love it. So I'm just going to go with that. Because I do always think these fabrics look better if you can sort of see the lovely colours. So I'm just going to group.
You're very good at that.
It's my obsession. I can't do anything without it being in colour order. But look at those.
Wow.
Oh my, says Carol. How many times have I needed a tiny bit of red or a strip of green? Great bundle, thanks. You're welcome, Carol. It's brill, isn't it? You've got your staples, of course, in there as well. I'm just going to grab all of the greens as well, and blue. So you're just getting fabrics in this bundle. There's no book. You can buy the book separately if you'd like. But look at these. If you want to do your own landscapes, seascapes, it's going to top up your stash like you wouldn't believe. Look, where do I put the yellow? Where do I put the yellow? I think I'm going to put the yellow in here. And then, oh, look, deeper blue. And then I've got some pinks. Right.
Wow.
Look, that, now doesn't that look, I think that looks better.
Yes, yes.
So you get all of that, And a metre and a half of white and half a metre of black for £30.99. I think that's bonkers. I think it's the best deal that I've seen today. So many of you with this in your basket. If you want this, check out quickly, won't you? It doesn't matter if you want to buy something later, combine your shopping baskets, you'll only pay 1p&p. It is not worth not checking out right now and missing out on this, and you will miss out on this. Talk about missing out, sold out. Sold out, okay? We do have the sunset available. That is this one here. You still get your fat quarter of navy. You get all these amazing sunsetty fabrics as well, and your sea creatures. Remember, if you want to get the book separately, absolutely you can. It's not included with the panel. But £9.99 for the panel and the fat quarter of navy. What a brilliant morning. Right, we're going to pop the book up. This is Kumiko Frydl's Miniature Quilts, 15 inspirational designs and templates, including the fabulous seascape. Emma, thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem.
Great to see you.
You too.
Please make me a miniature quilt.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Or some of one.
Well, this is actually the second time I've demonstrated this book. I actually made not only the seascape before, but the log cabin. Oh, not log cabin.
Oh, the little houses.
The houses, yes.
I'm going to grab that one. I'm going to find that one.
Yeah, find it for me, please, because I've actually got some bits that were left over from when I did it before.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Very cute. This quilt is 9 inches by 9.5 inches. We've got those little traditional schoolhouse blocks and little hearts in the centre. Very cute. Lovely little challenge, isn't it?
Yes, I would say after the seascape, that is probably the next one. If you really want to get into miniature quilts and, you know, turn your hand at it and give it a try, the schoolhouse quilt is really nice next step. Yes,
I love
I started that one actually.
Love that look.
Yeah.
You've started so we can see the scale. Emma's done some of this. That doesn't look too bad.
No, and this is the other side. So I've got my template there to finish the other side. So that is the centre of that quilt. But you can see how easy it is to get those points.
Perfect.
Because it's all paper piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier on, you don't use tiny pieces of fabric.
No.
You use like normal sized bits of fabric and trim them.
Trim them down.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as scary as everybody thinks it would be.
No, but you don't need to tell people that. When everyone's super impressed by your work, you can just go, thank you. Thank you.
Smile and say thank you.
Yeah, no, I am good. Thank you. Right, great.
Yeah. So that is the little quilts. So everything that you have in the book, all of the patterns, there's a sheet of templates. I mean, they've even given you templates for the quilting as well.
That's amazing.
So you've got everything in there.
That's all included in a little sort of folder in the back, isn't it?
Yes, it's in a folder. There's a template for the landscape, and it's super easy. I actually just used a sheet of A4.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have to be exact. Or you could use baking paper.
Yeah.
Anything you've got at home, tracing paper, anything like that.
Could you use like a really lightweight, non-fusible interfacing and then leave the interfacing in?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could even do that. We were doing that yesterday. That's why I thought of it.
Only as long as you can see through it. So if you've got a light box or something that you can see through it to trace it. Yeah,
perfect.
Anything like that works. So that's your template. You do need to make all the markings. So it does tell you, because if you look carefully at the little quilt, there's some little spots where you peel back the layers.
Yes, I
and
noticed
sew
that.
them into waves.
It adds such cool texture
It is nice.
to the waves. But that's just a folded piece of fabric that's then been like folded across and then just peeled back a little bit.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Easy.
I'll show you. So I've actually started on the sunset quilt already. If I turn this over, you can see all of my template. So you can see all the lines. And it's just literally sewing straight lines. And if you've done any sort of paper piecing before, even if you haven't, super easy.
Sure.
You don't have to worry about matching corners, points, or anything like that. So I'm going to put just a straight piece on, which is my next bit. So what I'm going to do is fold over my paper, my fabric, on the next sew line, because you sew directly on the marked line. Then that gives me a nice crease, so I can see where my next fabric has to extend over. So I'm going to lay that at least 1/4 inch over. You've got plenty of fabric to work with, so you don't have to worry about overlapping too much. Now what I do, because it took me a while to actually get my head around paper piecing, because invariably I'd put my fabric on, between that and getting it to the machine, the fabric is either shifted or it was never placed properly.
Those gremlins will do it.
Yeah. So what I like to do is at the start and at the end of the sew line, I'm just going to put a pin just to make sure that that fabric stays where it should be. And sometimes I do this with more intricate paper piecing. What I'll do when I'm actually placing my fabric is I'll just stick a pin straight through either end of the sew line, and then that shows me exactly on the other side where my start and end position is.
Oh, clever.
So that I can make sure that my seam allowance is good, and also when I fold it over, that piece of fabric covers the area.
That's a
that it
top
should.
tip. That is a top tip. If we had a special sound effect, you'd be getting that now.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, it took me a while to get my head around paper piecing, I will admit. But once I figured out how it works
you,
for
me,
me.
and the rest of the world. But once you've got it, it is a skill for life.
It is. And it's so versatile.
Oh, yes. I always say, however, if some people take to it like a duck to water.
Yes.
And some people have a little struggle.
Yep.
I think sometimes you just need to see the right demo.
Yes.
Persevere, because once you've got it, it is a skill for life.
Absolutely.
And there are so many cool things you can do with it that you can't do any other way.
Yes. Right, so I'm going to trim my seam allowance. You'll see, look at that, all that extra.
So all that extra fabric you do cut away.
Yep, cut away and save it for the next one.
Definitely.
I'll show you, this is everything that I cut off, the actual one that I made. So these are all my offcuts from the one that I actually made. So you can see there's plenty there.
Oh, yeah.
To do another one. And maybe even a third if you add a little bit from your stash or...
Some lovely messages for you while you're trimming there.
Oh.
Donna says, good morning, everyone. Morning. Christine says, morning, gorgeous Emma Bradford. You're looking stunning as usual.
Oh, thank you.
I love foundation paper piecing. I only just got into it recently, but now I'm hooked.
Yes.
It'll do that.
It is definitely one of those.
Fiona says, fantastic colour Emma is wearing today. She looks fab. Didn't I say that the minute you walked in?
You did.
Amazing colour on you. Really lovely. Christine says, I just had to get the book, Stuart, and I can't wait to get making mini quilts. I missed out on the panel, but I'm thinking I could use some of my Janet Claire fabrics and some plains to make this.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's fair enough. I think that's absolutely fair enough.
Oh, and then you know what I've done? I've forgotten a pen of some sort.
Oh, we can get you a pen, like a friction pen.
Yeah.
Yeah, could we get Emma a friction pen, please?
Please, thanks, Dan. Sorry. Because now I'm going to do the next bit, which is folding over, so you can do those waves.
Yeah.
So
brilliant, thank you. Would blue be any good?
Perfect.
Or, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dan. So, on your template, there's little lines to indicate where your cut marks should be, so where your waves start and end, sort of a thing. So I'm just going to mark that on my fabric.
Oh, okay. I'm intrigued.
And onto the front, just like that. And then this is a massive pair of scissors, but...
It's slightly over-egging the pudding there.
It is a little bit. You just cut in about 1/4 inch, just so that all your cuts are even.
So you're sort of releasing the seam allowance or something like
that? Yeah.
Please release me, let me go. So while you're doing that, tell me about this time you crossed the ocean on a motorbike.
Oh, yeah. So that was it last year before?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I took one of my bikes to France.
Oh.
Yeah, on the ferry. It was fun going. On the way back, I got absolutely soaked.
Oh no.
It rained. It rained for a solid hour before I got onto the ferry, so on the motorway. So getting to the ferry and handing over my passport, because it's all open.
Yes.
My passport, brand new passport, got absolutely ruined in the rain.
No.
But there was three other bikers,
Yeah.
actually 4 other bikers, catching the same ferry as me. So we all sat like drowned rats in the cafe,
no. Did you
the restaurant.
bond?
We did.
Yeah.
We did. And it was cold, but yeah. Once we got to England, it was actually dry.
But then
and
it's
nice,
the perfect excuse for a lovely big hot chocolate with cream and marshmallows on the top to warm yourself up.
Absolutely.
Just saying. I'm a blue sky thinker, you see. Yeah.
So
So what have you done?
what I've done is I have folded over my bits that I don't want to sew down. We're going to leave those free. We don't want to sew them down because that is what we are going to then use to just fold over so you can get a peek of what's underneath.
Okay.
So I'm using this orange underneath.
Nice.
Now I'm going to do that technique where I said I'm going to pin straight through. So I'm going to pin straight through my marked lines so then I know where those folds need to be lined up. And you absolutely don't have to do this. If you want to skip it, you think, oh, it's going to be, not sure about that bit. The sunset one that I did, I literally just sewed in straight lines.
Yeah.
I didn't do that bit. I skipped it. I wasn't feeling it that day. But then I got, when I got to the blue one, I thought, no, I really do need to
Yeah, no. I mean, I think they're both.
add that feature.
They're both cool. They both have a very different look. It's great. Love it.
So I'm just going to.
If you want the book, by the way, don't hang about. It is very popular. Very popular. Remember, the bundles need a book. If you're going for this one on the table, I've only 12 books left. I just want to mention I've only 12 books. Yes,
It is a lovely book.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It is, and it is achievable. It is absolutely achievable because it is all foundation paper piecing.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I always think you learn a technique because you find a project that makes you want to learn the technique.
Oh, yeah.
That's what motivates you.
Yeah, it is. That is true.
So, you know, if you don't know how to foundation piece, you will learn. Just need to let you know, the Fat Eighth bundle has sold out. So with regret, I must put this away. Also, the gorgeous Seascape bundle in the blues, this one has also sold out. The book is close to selling out. The Sunset version is available, but there's more in baskets than we have. So it's very much in danger. I'm just going to open this out so you can see all the fabulous inspiration you've got on there. You could actually, if you were lucky enough to get the Seascape version, the blues, you could actually combine these colours with that, couldn't you? Plus you get your fat quarter of navy so that you can even back your mini quilt. And this is Emma's start. Love the fact that Emma has used decorative stitches on her sewing machine to create waves and quilting. A little bit of a plique, just a lovely whimsical touch. And you could really personalise this if there's a particular place that you love to go to that maybe had, you know, if there's a particular rock or a lighthouse. I mean, do your own thing. Do your own thing. How are you getting on?
Good. It worked.
Great.
Which is always a bonus.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to press that down, and then I'll show you how we do that wave.
Yeah, because at the moment it just looks like two pieces of fabric on top and you can't really see what's underneath.
So this is where I have, and this is like, if you've ever done cathedral windows or some of those curved textured techniques, it's literally, you just fold that down. I'm going to put a pin there. And this one as well. This one actually goes into the seam allowance, so.
Very, very clever.
There we go.
Now we see that little glimmer. And that's like where the sunlight hits the water, isn't it?
So you can really play around with what colours you want to put behind it as well. And it's small.
I'd definitely be looking in my stash to see if I'd got a little bit of lame.
Oh, yes.
Or a little bit of glitter fabric. This is when having those little bit. Now, if you haven't got fabrics like that in your stash, stick around, because my next guest, Janie, has got some amazing scrap bags that have sari silk ribbons in them and
gorgeous.
trims and lace and oh my goodness, wait till you see them, Emma. And they would go into this project rather nicely, I think. I think little quilts like this are the kind of thing, if you're not into art quilting, this will get you in.
Oh, yes, definitely. And they're just fun little, I mean, even if it's not something you necessarily want to have at home.
Yeah.
Perfect little gift. I mean, Father's Day is coming up as well. You know, wouldn't it be lovely to have a nice little, maybe add a little fishing boat or something, or some fish to...
Love that.
If your father's into that.
Yeah, you really could personalise these.
Yeah. But I like... Because, I mean, I loved art at school, and I can kind of get by drawing, but I am nowhere near a drawing artist. My daughter is good at drawing.
Is she?
So making things and fabric is the way that I do art, because I can do this.
Exactly.
I can do this.
Exactly.
And it's really fun to like just make something that you don't have to worry about matching seams, you don't have to worry about matching points, you don't have to worry about, is it cut right?
It's appealing to everybody now.
You just do it. You just do it.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's actually this seascape, I taught a workshop for years, seascape wall hanging. Lots of you might have been on that workshop. You'll know what I'm talking about. And it was one of those times where everybody in the class felt artistic, even though most people, when they arrived, did not feel like they were artists at all. But it's such an easy technique and such a successful one.
It is very effective. Yeah.
Books sold out, by the way. Another sellout, Emma.
Wow.
Beautiful. Well done.
So now I just need.
Well done if you got it. Well done if you got it.
I'm just going to continue, if that's all right.
Please.
And do my next bit. Because it's a very quick make as well. So definitely.
Is it?
Yeah. If you've just got an evening, you want to chill and have fun, or a day or morning, whatever.
Yeah.
It's definitely a very quick.
Love that.
Yeah.
Great.
And like you said, with those machine stitches with the quilting, it's one of those, because this doesn't have it, but if you've got one of those fancy dancy machines where there's umpteen different pattern.
But I mean, I noticed that,
Really
some of the stitches that you've used are effectively almost like overlocker style stitches,
I literally just picked it off my machine and like, that looks interesting.
Yeah.
And it was just straight stitching. I did a little bit of curved in the birds in the sky.
Yes.
But you really don't have to do any free motion if you don't feel comfortable. Literally.
You could also do a bit of hand stitching in there, couldn't you, if you wanted? Yeah, it's small enough.
Embellishment, beads, seashells.
I'm all for that. If you need a bit of wadding, by the way, we've got a couple of waddings on the show. 80/20, that's my go-to. That's my go-to. Half a metre, £6.99. This is 244 centimetres wide. Emma, I bet you just know off the top of your head what that is in inches.
No.
Me neither. 244. I really should know by now, but I don't.
That's quite wide.
It is wide.
Quite
I think
wide.
it's
not
90, 96.
Is it?
Yeah, 96 inches wide. So will that be enough for this, Emma?
Just about. I think it'll just about cover it.
You did say you could make more than one.
Yes.
Yeah. So plenty. This would also, I think, could you imagine, stick with me for it, could you imagine doing a bag?
Yes.
Right, where you use your navy, and that is the side panels of a bag. Yeah, this is Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it wouldn't
There's
even.
your-
Yeah, you could make it as big or as little. You could even leave it the same size, just a little tiny, enough to put your phone and your keys
With some
in.
sew-on handles.
Yeah.
You know? What do you think? That would work, wouldn't it? Obviously, you don't layer it and quilt it. You just, you know, it could be the pocket, or it could just be a panel. You could put some piping cord down the sides to really make it pop. Oh, I always like thinking of other ways to use something.
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Let's do that and that. Oh, which one did I use?
So you don't have
Too
to,
many
there's no
choices.
like really sort of prescribed way of putting these fabrics down. No, just be random.
Totally random.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Although I noticed with the seascape one, you've sort of gone darkest in the distance and lighter as you get towards the shore,
Yeah.
which does make sense.
I think so.
Yeah.
I know if it's a like a landscape, you probably would do the opposite. So it's paler in the
Lighter-
distance.
Yes,
and
darker in.
darker in the
Yeah.
foreground.
But I always think
But-
like the crashing waves make the sea look lighter,
Yeah.
don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Very
I
nice.
thought I was remembering correctly.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, I'm seeing more waves.
Yep, more waves are coming. And my tiny scissors.
Yeah, obviously you've got like the tools for the job there. Small project, small scissors.
Yeah.
Obs.
Oh, actually, let me do this.
Oh, Christine likes my idea to do the bag.
Yes.
She says you could put some embroidery on the bag and say, life's a beach.
Yes.
Love that. Love that.
Yeah, see, this is
I'm only here for the waves. Love it. I love it in Australia that every beach seems to have the most fabulous like beach restaurants.
Oh, nice.
Sorry,
never
it's
actually
food again, obviously.
Oh.
but it's lovely. Oh, go to the beach for breakfast.
Oh,
Smashed
nice.
avocado on toast,
Yum.
poached egg, sourdough, lovely.
Poached egg on toast.
Yeah.
Haven't had
Sorry,
my breakfast.
bring everything down to food, don't I? It was ever thus. Charlie always laughs at me because when we're eating breakfast, I have to talk about what we're having for dinner.
Mike was like that.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like-
but I like to know where my next meal is coming from. Emma.
Yeah, Michael is very much the
Yeah.
same. Yeah.
Anyway, enough of all that. Any fabulous trips coming up for you?
Trips. The only one I've sort of got properly booked, like a proper holiday this year, is actually Northumberland,
Ooh.
which we've done briefly before.
Some beautiful coastline up there.
Yeah, but we're going to have a full week. We're going to do
weeks.
a full week.
Oh, full week, sorry.
Yeah.
Still good.
Yeah. I'm going to take Michael on a sidecar adventure.
Ah, now, it's like you're psychic. Because Christine was saying that she loved travelling on a bike with Gary,
Oh,
who I believe is her nearest and dearest. They went to Paris, Germany, Switzerland, Italy, Belgium, Scotland, Isle of Skye, Isle of Harris, Isle of Man, Isle of Arran, Fort William, Ullapool, etc. I want to know what the etc. was. And Steph says, was it a bike and sidecar? But in fact, Christine says, no, it was on the back of a bike. But you are going to do
The
bike
sidecar.
and sidecar.
yeah.
Like
'cause,
Olive from On the Buses.
Yeah, because he said he would go in a sidecar. So I'll be driving.
Asking for it
He'll
then.
be riding, yeah.
Great. He never does the bike,
No, he's taken his CBT.
right?
So in theory, he could ride a small bike, but I think it's not really for him. He has thought maybe a trike, but I think once I actually get him out on the open road
Yes.
and experiencing it, I think he might get a bit more interested. But
Will he have to wear goggles?
no, just a helmet.
But you in the sidecar, has it got like a lid? Does it have a roof?
Oh, it depends
Are
on
you
which
inside like a
one.
torpedo?
Yeah, it depends on the sidecar. So sometimes they're like a convertible. We usually do have a screen of some sort. Yeah, he will be open to, if I'm open to the elements, he has to be open to the elements.
No!
Yeah.
See, you lost me. I was about to say, if he doesn't want to go, can I please come instead? But I want to be like a baby in a pushchair with the hood right down in the rain. Oh, it sounds fab.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we got that booked.
Isn't it in Wallace and Gromit where the sidecar attaches?
Yeah.
I obviously don't want to worry you, Michael, if you're watching. Yeah.
Apparently
Don't
that was
watch that film before you go.
No, well, that was to be a feature of Batman and Robin as well, like the old.
Really?
The old television series. They actually, I saw an interview with Adam West where he said, we used to do it something, and then the sidecar would go pew, and then he would go, and he said, poor Robin, the guy who played Robin. They never knew where he was going to end up because there was no way to steer
That's
it.
hilarious. Oh, so they do it for real?
Yeah, they do it for
Wow.
real. Well, this is the 60s.
Well, of course,
No health and safety.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, there's no stuntman, and you just
No.
have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Wow. But today we're exploring new depths, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're trying something new. We're doing contemporary piecing. We're trying foundation. We're doing improv.
Yes.
Quilting with you in the next hour.
Yeah, no rules. Very go with the flow.
Now that can be very
all works.
scary
It can be very
for
scary.
a lot of us.
Yes, it was scary for me to begin with, I have to admit. But I've tried it and it's like, yeah,
Are you a convert?
I am.
Are you going to convert me?
Yeah, I think so.
Great. I'm excited. Awesome. Well, that is in the next hour. That's at 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Oh, is it? Oh, gosh. It's almost time.
Yeah.
Almost time to kick me out.
I want you to stay forever, Emma. So you're doing some more waves there?
Waves, yeah. I'm kind of liking the gold behind
Oh, me
it.
too. If you want this panel, by the way, there are a few left, but that's all. Everything else in the hour has basically sold out. But I've got the panel. Look, you've got the panel, you've got the fat quarter of navy. $9.99 is the price. Can't believe that. It's amazing value. And that's not a little panel. Look, it's a big panel. And you get your little... Ooh, you get your seagulls, you get your swallows, you get your whale tails, you get your seal and your walrus. They have a moustache, don't they? Walruses. And big tusks. But, I mean, amazing for $9.99, incredible. You don't get the book, but I think, to be honest, if you've been watching Emma's demo intently, probably got the idea.
Yeah, and if you are very improv,
Yeah.
you could definitely make up your own template.
Definitely. Steph says, when you go on your trip, we need photos.
Oh, yes, there will be.
Very
For sure.
vintage. Very vintage, isn't it? Sidecar
Yeah.
and motorbike.
You do see them occasionally. There are some bikers who actually have the sidecars because they like to take their dogs with them, and the big dogs.
Yeah, well, Steph mentions the dog in tow.
Oh, yeah.
You need to hire one to take with you. Fiona's messaged in. She says, morning, Stuart. Best presenter ever. Again, I'm getting it on a T-shirt. Thank you. And Emma, I've been for my morning sea swim in Filey Sea. See, up to now, not appealing. Not appealing. The next part, though, appeals. She says, then a sausage sarnie and a hot chocolate to warm up whilst watching you both. Much better.
Nice.
Yes, much better. Anne from Perth in Andkin Ross says, my husband and I did a bike and sidecar in Madeira. It was brilliant.
I love Madeira. Oh, that would be brilliant.
Ooh. Yeah, that's appealing.
Yes,
That's very appealing.
I love Madeira.
I've never been. It looks beautiful. Rosemary from Nottinghamshire says, loving the mini quilts. I'm having a lovely morning listening to you chatter and making Stuart's cupcake quilt out of his Simple Shapes book. My Star Baker. Star Baker it's called. Yeah. Oh, lovely. Send pics. Fab.
Perfect. And then you just continue in that vein. So I've got another one with waves coming up.
Yeah. Absolutely
Yeah,
gorgeous.
but wouldn't that be pretty with some of those swifts against?
That would be lovely, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the swifts would look really good. And you could extend them even across the water as well, couldn't you? Yeah, really nice. Thank you so much for
you're
inspiring us. We have basically sold out of everything, Emma.
Wow.
But what I do have is the sunsetty panel. Oh, that's sold out too. Oh, we have sold out. You get an early bath, Emma. You get an early bath. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
You've really inspired everybody, as always. Can't wait for the next hour.
Yes.
We're going to have a deep dive into improv quilting with Nicholas Ball's brand new book, Use and Ornament. We're both having a sewing machine because you're going to inspire me
gonna be a
to
sew-off.
have a go. Well, I'm learning. You're inspiring.
Okay.
It's going to be cool. Maybe get your sewing machine set up ready and join us. We're going to go to a slightly early break because we're meeting a new guest after the break and we have a lot to talk about. So I will see you in an hour, but I will see you after this short break.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9. When I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful. And the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. Yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub And UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, hello you, and well, hello you.
Hello you.
This is Janie Burnett-Bleach, a brand new guest to Sewing
Yes,
Street. Welcome,
it's
welcome.
very exciting.
We're very excited to
Yes.
have you here. Janie is an absolute breath of fresh air, absolutely gorgeous projects, products, and a fabulous attitude towards making and creating.
Thank you.
Tell for everyone, you're brand new to us.
Yes.
This is very blind date. Who are you and where have you come from?
I'm from Somerset.
Okay, I would never have known.
You can tell from the accent. So I've been doing Hobby Maker for a few months now, but running my own business for quite a while, and it's gradually progressed.
So what is it that you do?
So majority of what I do is making bookbinding kits.
Ooh.
But I design all my own imagery that goes with those kits, that are like paper packs and things like that.
Yeah.
I hand draw stamp designs. I'm well known for doing research in museums and entomology and all that sort of stuff.
Love that.
And nature-based things, as well as vintage.
Gorgeous.
That's what we're bringing today. So yeah,
Yes.
it's like, and I'm like a magpie. Anything I like, it goes in my design.
So shape, colour, quirky, vibrant pattern, it's all good.
And it doesn't matter if things don't technically go together. If I like it, it goes together.
Oh yeah, this is music to my ears. I love it. We are plumbing new depths today, Janie.
Yes.
It's the theme of World Ocean Day. We're not afraid to dive in and try something different.
You've been practicing all these lines.
No, not at all. It's the truth. We really do. We love being creative here at Sewing Street. And we're always inspired by a new guest who has a different way of using fabric.
Well, I've been wanting my designs on fabric for the longest time.
Yeah.
So being invited to come here was just like happy dance time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got some absolutely beautiful samples as well to share with us. Can we just have a look, Janie, at a couple of things that you've brought in? Because these are just exquisite. These are the kind of journals and books that you create, aren't
Yes.
they?
Shall I move all
Oh,
my
that would be
gubbins out
awesome.
of the
Thank
way?
you. Gubbins, I love
All
that
my
word.
gubbins, yeah.
So tell me about this.
Well, this one actually was made with the 40 squares.
Oh,
So-
which we have.
I really like the kind of shabby chic look. So this is literally just kind of roughly patchwork together with all your loose ends left.
This is very like Borrow, layering up the patches and then stitching through them. Isn't that beautiful?
And the idea, so this design range is called William's Attic. So you'll probably notice a few designs that are from William Morris.
Yes.
And I've layered them up. The idea behind the whole design range was if you're digging around in, you know, those really old attics.
I dig around them regularly.
Well, as do I. But you might find some remnants of old wallpaper, and you might find some lace and some fabrics. And it's
Yes.
the idea of collaging that together. You've got the soft craft element, obviously very tactile.
Very
and then
much
we've
so.
just slipped some simple pages in there with 3 holes just to
This
bind
is
it.
gorgeous. And you know, it's its simplest form. This is layered up with some, I mean, you've got some fabric inside. It could be some thin H640 or some thin wadding, quilted, and then some pages stitched into the centre. And there's your
really
book.
simple. And then if you're using this book as, you know, when I'm doing my shows on Hobby Maker, we're looking at making journals and keepsakes and things like that, which this is perfect for.
Yes.
But should you want to use this as a notebook, once you've filled it up, you literally just snip the cords and put new pages
Put new
back in.
pages in. I think that's absolutely inspiring. Jane is a brand new guest here at Sewing Street. Come on, Sewing Street, get your messages in and share the love to a new family member. I think that's gorgeous. Some more of your wonderful journals. Look.
So this one was made by, so we've got some Janie's Originals ambassadors. So a lot of them were my customers who kind of fell in love with the products. So now they champion for me. So this was made by Carol last weekend.
Love the, can you see the variegated thread that Carol has
yes.
used to zigzag over the top of the patches to layer them up?
And then free motion embroidery here into the butterfly.
Very
But
cool.
what Carol's done is where for the soft cover I've used like some batting inside. This has just got some thin card inside.
Cool.
Now you could just cut some card from your cereal packet.
Yeah.
And just you know, slot it inside.
Yeah.
Very simple.
Oh, I love this. And I love this sort of roughly stitching around to frame. It's free and easy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we like. and then, you know, just little pockets and things. But if you imagine, like, once you've started writing and if you decorate it further,
I agree.
You know, that really lends to it.
Oh, this is really different, Janie. It's beautiful, and I can absolutely imagine. You know, we've got panels, we've got journal panels, we've got 40 squares, we've got some tote bags as well, and we've got some cushions, which you could be really creative with. Lots of lovely fabric on the show.
I can imagine, so my customers that do all the bookbinding, I can see them buying the cushion panels, the tote bag panels, but making them into books because there's so much printed fabric in the panels.
Absolutely right, absolutely right. Of course, as well, you might have a pattern for a book jacket, and if you don't, they're very easy to find online, and you could use the panels. Just love the creative ideas. We're going to have a look now at the journal panels that we've got. They're already flying out. This is the first one. Just fab. Have a look at this. This is called William's Attic. What size journal or notebook would these cover?
So I've sized these that if you've got just your general A4 paper,
right,
this is larger. So should you not want, so the way that we've done them with your shabby chic kind of raw edges, but should you want to turn that in, you've got plenty of room to do that.
Brilliant.
And it will still fit folded A4 paper.
Fabulous. Messages for you. This is Susan in Hampshire. This is how our Sewing Street family work. They love a new guest. Welcome, Janie, to this wonderful family, Sewing Street. I've ordered a journal panel. Well done. Have a fab show.
Oh, thank you.
Fab.
Thank you.
Another message for you. Oh, there's lots. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Love, love, love Janie's work. This is calling out for embroidery too. Love June.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Free
so many
motion
messages.
and hand embroidery.
Exactly,
Beautiful.
combine the two.
Yeah.
Welcome, love these, says Tracy. I started some fabric journals to cover. You've inspired me to pull them out. Love it.
That's what I like.
Job done, good. Another? Yes, with more. Welcome, Jane. So excited your designs are now on fabric. I only recently started bookmaking with your products on Hobby Maker. So now onto fabric.
Yes.
This is great.
And also, so some of my existing customers have said, I love the look of the fabric. We were putting out sneak peeks, but they were like, I don't sew. It's like, you don't need to be able to sew. You can still bring this into your paper crafting.
Yeah.
But we'll get you sewing.
But also as well, you can glue, you can bond a web, you can...
Bond the web is your friend.
It's our best friend.
Yeah.
Love this panel. Have you seen the portraits and the tape measure? I know. The tape measures. This is just fab. Butterflies. You know something I would love to do? I like using, you know, the transfer paper that you can put through the printer. Have you used that and then put it onto fabric? You could have actually photos of your own family members combined with these images.
And also, if you look on my Hobby Maker site, we do a transfer medium. So if you've got photocopy prints,
paint on.
You can transfer, so you can add into your fabrics as well.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This panel is just $9.99. Absolutely brilliant. We started with hundreds. We are down to our last 100. In fact, we are under 100 left already. Another message for Janie. This is from Marilyn, who's in Merseyside. Wow, Janie, amazing. Just my thing. I have already ordered and hope you make many more appearances on Sewing Street.
Oh, thank you.
I also want you to be my guest every week now. This is from Sue, who's in Norfolk. Welcome to the bright side, Jane. Someone had to say it. Loved your products from the dark side, Hobby Maker. So glad you are here now, Sue in Norfolk. It's like you've been sprung from prison. We love Hobby Maker too, but we love the fact that you're here
I'm always on the bright side.
You are. You take the bright side with you.
Yes.
This is awesome. So many messages for you, Janie. Everyone's loving your products. Alison says, welcome, Janie, and hello, Stuart. I love this. It's fabulous. Such a clever lady from our West Country would work well with my shadow work embroidery.
Now, see, this is where I'm going to be learning through Sewing Street because I don't know what shadow work is.
Alison, if you've got any pictures, email them in, studio@sewingstreet.com. We'd love to show well, this pair, exactly what shadow work is.
I thought you'd know, you see.
No, I think I know, but I'm not going to embarrass myself by saying the wrong thing. Susan from West Sussex's message. She says, "Good morning, Janie. I've been following you on Hobbymaker. I'm so pleased to see you on Sewing Street." Yeah, fabulous.
It's so lovely, all
Exciting.
these messages.
I said we were going to have a very busy hour, and there's so many lovely things to look at. Now, I've got a second journal panel. This was Morris's Attic.
William's Attic.
William's Attic.
Yeah, yeah.
William's Attic. But we've also got a second panel.
So this is the vintage scrapbook.
I know I'm going to love this before I even open. Oh, wait till you see this. That is absolutely a bit of me.
So I've already kind of collaged some elements together for you. A lot of this in the background as well is from my own personal collection of curiosities.
Oh.
But then this is all, obviously you can piece them in. So I'm thinking about the way that we do collage with paper, but with fabric.
Yeah.
This I've designed so that if you wanted a spine cover, that can go down through the centre. And obviously they can be backed with card or paper or just fabric and batting.
Bonder web. I love the luggage labels. Have you spotted these? Can you imagine making a journal and having a little luggage label swinging off it with a little brad or a little brass eyelet punched through on something like Decaville so it's nice and stiff? Borrow style patchwork where you're just adding these elements. Maybe you've got some vintage lace or little fabrics.
That would look lovely, adding lace. Because when you, sorry, if you just hand that one back, talking about lace, if you've got like some vintage doilies, that sort of thing, they look lovely coming over the spine.
Yes.
Kind of curving round here.
Nice.
That looks really beautiful.
Just layer them on, stitch them on.
Yeah.
And of course, if you don't like how you've arranged it, unpick your stitching and have another go.
Yep. Well, I use the temporary adhesive.
The 505.
505.
Right. Have you tried 404?
I've not.
It's repositionable.
Ah.
Yeah, try the 404. Even better,
Try
I think
that
you'll
as
like
well.
it. But yeah, lovely. Love the little bingo card. Bingo! I can't be trusted to play bingo anymore.
Well, I have a little, well, it's funny for me, a story about bingo. So I teach on cruise ships sometimes.
Yeah, lovely.
And there was one that we were all going to bingo in the afternoon. So there was this thing that some friends of ours, when it got to 7, they do this thing and they go, 7! Like this, right? So it became a thing that whenever it came up, we were all going, 7!
Like Len Goodman.
I don't know why.
Strictly.
They got off the cruise early. We carried on going to bingo. 7 came up. So there's me going, 7! No one else did it. I was like completely alone and embarrassed.
Janie, I think you might be my sister from another mister. We're definitely twin souls there. Now, we're just going to pop onto the screen in the graphics, the transfer sheets. This is the kind of stuff, you run this through a printer, okay, and it's fabric on a sheet that you print onto and then you peel it off and you can add in, photographs, or it could be things like, tickets to a theatre show that you went to and loved that you can scan in and then print it onto paper, or it could be, your plane tickets from your honeymoon or something, because we love a bit of journaling.
And I do digital downloads as well.
Nice.
And there is a range that goes with this.
Nice.
So, yeah, you can, if you wanted to get the digital downloads through Hobbymaker, the dark side, apparently. Then you can be, you can be printing off and mixing all of this together.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that. Gorgeous. As well, of course, buttons and little charms and all sorts of metalware, the dangly bits. Now, 5-inch charms. We've got 2. We've got our vintage. We've got our Williams Attic.
Yes, correct.
Let's start with this one, which I think is Williams Attic. It is.
I'm trying to think which one. Oh, no, it's the
Would you just grab one side?
I will.
And I'm going to hold this.
I can't fall off my step stool here.
Don't you? You mean you're not really that tall,
I'm not
Janie?
really this tall. No.
Oh, how glorious is that? That is beautiful. And I love the vintage colours. It's sort of careworn and slightly aged looking. A bit like me, Janie.
I'm so sorry I have to do this.
Of course. If it wasn't you, how many times have I done that? I'm telling you, we were separated at birth, Janie. They were separated at birth. Look at these
I
images.
shave every morning.
Well, believe it or not, so do I. That's how fast it grows. This is lovely. I love these sort of vintage photographs and little illustrations.
But obviously for your quilting, this is perfect.
Yeah.
But then I look at it from a crafter's point of view, as in, making books and,
Yes.
what things can I patchwork this into?
Yes, completely. One of the things I would do, I love making Japanese rice bags. Have you seen those?
No,
They're just
I'm going
made.
to learn so much from you.
It's basically an open cube.
Okay.
So you can find a free pattern on my YouTube channel. But it's square sides. And what I would do is I would just use 4 of these, kept together, cut them out, you fuse them to Boselinar form. 4 of those, 1 for the base, sew them together into an open cube, make a lining the same, you can add handles. It's so easy to make, and it would feature these fabrics
I might have to do that to put all my gubbins in.
You could absolutely put your gubbins in. This is beautiful. $14.99. You get 40 coordinating 5-inch squares, and you can either leave them as whole fabric. So, for example, imagine making something like a tea cozy. Beg your pardon. Just leave the fabric whole, layer it, quilt it first, then cut it out into your tea cosy shape, and then make it up. Over a third of the stock is in baskets or sold through.
And I think these are such a good price as well, if you think how many projects you can get out of this.
You could get so many projects out of this. And if you are one of those multimedia crafters, fabric and paper combined.
So this little sample, that one.
Yeah.
So this was made by Lorna. Now, the look of terror in her face last weekend when I said, well, why don't you stitch one? She's like, I don't sew. And then she was like, my mum won't believe it that if you're going on Sewing Street and sewing this. But this is simply 2 squares and then stitched together, actually with a bit of the wadding.
Clever.
Just to put my bookbinding needles in.
I'm super impressed with that.
Little pocket and the lace.
Love the lace around the edge. How beautiful
It's gorgeous,
is
isn't
that? Who made this?
This was Lorna.
Lorna, you done good. You're a sewer. You're a sewer.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I did say I kind of fell in love with it. So I was like, this.
Totally.
You're not having this back. This is mine now, Lorna.
Yeah, quite. Yours or mine?
Mine.
Yeah, fair enough.
I put
All right.
binding needles in there.
Now, we've also got the vintage 5-inch squares. Oh, wait.
This is what's behind as well. So Duncan made this last weekend.
Fab, Duncan. Well done. I love it. Again, would you do the honours? Thank you. Look, so we've got lots more of the floral elements here. It's very much like your sort of Victorian decoupage, isn't it?
Yeah, so the idea was like, the Victorian scrapbooks that you get, and some are really heavily layered, and it can be random images that are put together, and I love random.
Me too. I remember seeing a room screen, a room divider that had been decoupaged, and then it had been japanned. That thick lacquer that was applied over the top. So it's hard and shiny. Absolutely beautiful, and of course all cut out with scissors and layered. But just beautiful. This is so inspiring.
And there's no 2 squares the same.
Oh, really? No repeats?
So if you look, what I've tried to do is put your just patterns in a diagonal, and then you've got like focal images in between. So that, there's no 2 squares that are the same.
Gorgeous. Absolutely flying out. If you want to get Janie's Originals, brand new guest on Sewing Street, 40-inch squares in the vintage. Be quick. Now, next up, I know you're going to absolutely love this. We have got some incredibly inspiring scrap bags. We're going to start with sari ribbons. So, this is cool.
Yes, we use these for our dangles.
Your dangles, do explain.
So on our books, we always have the equivalent of a tassel, but we call them dangles. There'll be mixed fibres, sari silks, beads, lace, whatever. So these have been really popular. So I thought we would bring them to Sewing Street. They can go in any of your soft crafts as well as on any book projects.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm thinking bag making, plaiting these to create handles for bags. Absolutely beautiful. So you get 15. They're 1 metre strips of sari silk. Random colours, different colours, so you'll get a mixture.
Yeah, and they vary in width as well. So they are a recycled product.
Yes.
So there'll be some you can see here that one's stitched together.
Yeah, natural
some
variations.
Will have knots in them as well. But yeah, I love using recycled products, you know, saving from landfill, that sort of thing.
Of course.
And it's a good quality silk from the sari
I love this
production.
one because look, you've got different tones of green in there.
Yeah.
You could also, as well, of course, couch these down onto a surface of a wall hanging, you know, kind of wind them on and then stitch them down with little stitches.
That'd be nice.
We have had a question actually for you, Janie, which is, how does one attach a dangle to a book?
Well, I tend to use a little bulb pin. However, this one, when I stitched this in...
Here we go, it's from June in East Sussex.
Okay, so when this one is actually tied on to the stitching. So basically, when I stitched this in, I started on the outside at the top, came all the way through, back out the centre, so a figure of 8 stitch, basically.
Understood.
Which I tied here and left 2 tails. Then I got my group of dangles, literally tied them on, and just wrapped around here. So really simple. If you want it detachable, what I tend to do is use a little bulb pin. So you would put that in the top and then, you know, place it wherever you want on the spine.
Okay,
really simple.
perfect,
Really
yeah.
simple. But you can make these really chunky. If you had loads of the sari and then added lace and fibres.
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
You know, like those massive tassels that you see on the really posh curtains and things like that.
Absolutely,
But think shabby chic.
Yeah.
Adding in beads and
Well,
things
you can
like
get
that.
the wooden formers, can't you, that you
Yes,
drape them
yeah.
over and then tie them on.
Yeah.
I think that's gorgeous. Over half the stock of the sari ribbon bundles have sold out already. We do love our inspiring scraps. We're going to do sari trim scrap bag. This is the Lucky Dip. That's this one?
Yes.
Yes. Now, this is a bit of me. We were talking earlier on about borrow, about doing the different patches. This, can we have a look? So it's going to vary.
Yes.
Contents are going to vary.
Contents will vary because I do it by weight. So you'll get some sari silks that are printed.
Look.
Yeah, some that have got beading. There might be sequins. You know, it really is a mixed bag.
Oh, I love this. You see, straight away I'm thinking about borrow with this. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Stitching this. So use something like calico as your base. There's fewer than 10 of these left already. Look at the beadwork. And you literally just layer them on. And you can pin them on as you go.
There,
exactly. Or it could be a bag front. It could be, you know, all sorts. And then you just add running stitch through the patches to hold them in place. And you can do circles or diagonal lines. There's way more of these in baskets than we have available. Gosh, that's inspiring. For £8.50, what a treat. What a treat.
And I love the Lucky Dip. Oh, I was going to say I love the Lucky Dip element.
Got to stop you
don't know
there.
what you're going to... Stop talking.
Now, next up, brilliant. Well done. Well done. Yeah, love it.
Have fun with those.
So next up, we've got the sari scraps. Is this one?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, so this is like the long ribbons, but assorted lengths.
It's snipped down. You shouldn't get anything that's too tiny.
Oh,
but, you know,
my
if you know for whatever projects you don't need those long lengths.
Look. Oh, wow, there's fewer than 20 left already. Oh. Now, again, for tassels.
Look, that is a really long piece.
Beautiful.
And then you'll get some that are shorter. So, yeah. It's
beautiful. I love it. So many different creative ways you could use this. If you're into mixed media, if you're into embroidery, hand or machine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adding these elements.
And the colour variation in there as well. I think with saris, you can put any colours together and they go. They, you know, like the jewel colours that you get in there are fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I've got lots of messages on Facebook for you as well. Steph says, morning, Janie. I'm sure I've seen you somewhere else. You have a delightfully distinctive accent. Alison Marion's got in touch to say, Janie, your dress looks fab against the quilt behind you. Fab projects. Absolutely gorgeous. And Nicholas says, morning all, I'm celebrating Worldwide Knit in Public Day today with friends.
Knit in Public Day?
I was just thinking that you could knit these into some knitting. So as you're knitting, drape them in and then knit
or
around.
weaving as well.
Weaving.
Weaving would look lovely.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Lots of lovely things you could do. Has that sold out? It's about to sell out. About to sell out. Right. I knew that we love our scrap bags. It's so inspiring. Now, next up, I've got the Lucky Dip Dangle Pack.
Got to have some dangles. I'm famous for my dangles, Stuart.
I mean, I'm not one to intervene there. So mixed, no, not mixed fibre. Here it is. Here it is. So tell me about this.
Well, again, these are always really popular with our journal makers. So you have a mix of fibres and you'll get things like some of your sari ribbon, you'll get some laces in there. So this is different to the fibre pack, which we'll get to. You have a complete mix.
Ooh.
So again, Lucky Dip, it could be anything. But so I keep big boxes that I put all these into and delve into them. However, if I do find like when I take them out, you've got a clump of the same item, I will split that out.
Got you.
So you've got a good mix.
So we've got some silk, we've got some ribbons. Look at these fabulous ribbons. And then we've also got mixed fibres. We've got yarn in there. We've got like fringing. Oh, that's cute.
So what
like
it tends to be
yarn.
is when I get to the end of book kits and we have some yarn left but not enough to continue, they go into my big tub, which go for the dangle packs.
Oh, look, that's amazing.
Yeah, that one's lovely, isn't it?
Love that. So inspiring. So many different fibres and silks and ribbons and lace. Did you see all the lovely lace that I picked out as well? It's just absolutely gorgeous. And it's the kind of thing that when you've got and you start to play with, you just start thinking of more and more ways to use it.
Yes, yeah. And again, you can use them on things like this. So where I've put that little patch on, you can have it kind of coming out from underneath, layer it up. If I was to do, say, a butterfly on here, if you had some fibres underneath, it just adds to the texture. And that's what I love about the whole kind of fabric. It's very tactile, isn't it? You know.
Just brilliant. We're loving it, Janie. We're absolutely loving it. Over half the stock of the mixed Lucky Dip has gone. Now, our last scrap bag is the mixed fibre bag. Now, again, this is amazing value, $4.99 for this. So this is all about fibres.
All about fibres and textures, yeah. So you won't get like the silk ribbons in here. It is literally just fibres. So yeah, that's the same as we saw in the other one.
Fibre, look. You know, everything from this to this. And again, there's sort of, you know, the dangles, the tassels.
But it's just a lovely selection. So I'm the one that has hordes and hordes and hordes of these. You can just buy a little bag and get a nice selection.
That's brilliant. Glynis has messaged in to say, morning, Stuart, the Lucky Dip bags would work really well on twiddle cushions for dementia sufferers. I think it's a great idea.
Yes, yeah.
And
going
also
back to the
using photos.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, and this is what I love as well, when it creates ideas and bringing different crafts together, and yeah, but it is that tactile element, yeah.
Oh, and I love making yarns like this.
So again, this is from sari
silk,
manufacturing, yeah, sari silk yarn, yeah.
You know, this is the kind of thing that you can't just walk into your local haberdashery and just find this, you know, and we wouldn't have these in our stash either, would we?
No, do you know what? When I've been looking for supplies of the interesting textures, there's not much out there.
No.
And I do very often buy like end of line.
Yeah.
Some might be vintage.
Yeah.
I buy from a lot of like charity scrap stores that have donations from manufacturing, or
Yes.
and then I'll go in and buy a massive amount.
Yes, yes.
We get things that are different to what you can normally get.
Really different.
And then when I buy it, the money goes into charity. So
Oh,
it's win-win.
amazing. Yeah, it really is win-win. I absolutely love these sari yarns.
Yeah,
These are
it's the colours.
fab.
The colours for me of those.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. For $4.99. So many different creative ways you could use this. I am super excited to see what our viewers will make with these bags. Now, something we can relate to very easily. We have some gorgeous cushion panels. Now, let me find them. Ending 60 and ending 02. Yes.
I mean, there's a possibility I got carried away designing, and we've got a lot more panels than we possibly should.
No, let's end with 60, or start with 60. So this is...
So this one's
Oh,
from
this is the
vintage scrapbook. Yeah.
peacock. I've got that behind me. Gosh, this is... Look, here's the front.
This was made by Tom.
Tom, amazing job. Absolutely amazing job. There's the front. And look, that is amazing. That is absolutely glorious.
But also,
So-
if you put a plain backing on that, and then you've got the lovely floral fabric for another coordinating cushion.
Oh, yeah,
you want
great
to.
idea. Tom actually messaged in earlier on. He says, morning, fearless leader. Your fabric is amazing. Looking forward to working with it. I've ordered mine and can't wait to play. Tom in Merseyside.
Do you know what? So we had our ambassador weekend, and on the second day, I was like, let's get the fabrics out. Do you know what? It was like after I had to sit down because they were all like, oh, let me have that, let me have it. And they were so excited. And then I just got a bit overwhelmed and I was like, right, I need a moment. But I'm
Absolutely
so glad
gorgeous.
that they loved it. And, you know, I often say it's very weird as a designer. I live in Somerset. We live on a retired farm in the middle of nowhere. And I sit at my desk and I design all these things. And then it's quite scary that you come to do something like this and think, I don't know if people will like it.
Yes, I know that feeling.
this is all my sort of thing. And then it's quite a thing bringing it out. So when you see that people like it.
We're loving it. We're loving
yeah.
it. Jackie's loving it. She's in Hampshire. She messaged in to say, what? What? A lovely morning. What?
What?
What a lovely morning. These panels, bundles and scrap bags. So many ideas for these products. Thank you all. Yeah,
It's
thank
the
you, Janie.
inspiration as well, and it goes two ways. It's like with my ambassadors, they're inspired by my designs, but then I'm in turn inspired by them, by the ideas that they have and the enthusiasm. So yeah,
You see, I know this is designed as a rectangular cushion panel, but I can't help but think, because you've been talking about books and journals, about a photo album cover made from this and use this fabric to create the, you know, almost like the sleeve inside that goes over the top of a book.
do you know what else would be good? If you put some wadding inside and use it as a tablet cover,
Oh, amazing.
put your iPad or
Yeah,
whatever in there, that would look cool,
gorgeous.
wouldn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous.
With a dangle on the side, obviously.
Well, and of course as well, you know, if it is the album, you know, because people don't print off their photographs enough now. None of us do
no,
they?
we don't.
But imagine that, printing them off, and then making your fabulous dangle. See, we're all into dangles now. Off the side, perhaps not the whole bunch, but do you know what I mean? Just because we've got all of the colours there. Some beads, some extras.
Yeah.
Am I getting on the right wavelength?
You are. I mean, I don't like to say it, but Rosie was stroking my dangles yesterday.
Well, Rosie would.
Well, I had heard about it.
That's so
before,
Rosie.
yeah.
Well, no, they are, but they are very tactile. And adding embellishments is wonderful. Karen from Bristol's message in, Janie, to say, morning both. I've been planning to try weaving, so I've bought the mixed fibre and the sari ribbon packs. Karen, what a treat.
That will look lovely. Challenge, make it before I'm on next. Send in a photo.
When are you on next?
I don't know.
Oh, it's
Well,
fairly
do you know
open-ended
what?
then,
It
Karen.
is very open-ended. Possibly in a month. So I don't have another date yet. I think we thought we'd see how these go as to whether I'm invited
We're
back,
loving them.
you know. So
We're loving them, aren't we? Loving them?
if you want me back, you need to buy them.
Yeah, we are loving them. This is gorgeous. I could think of so many different ways to use this. It's so detailed. It's absolutely lovely. Don't forget as well, if you bought the 5-inch squares of the vintage, then they coordinate.
Yes.
You could have this as a panel in a quilt, have the coordinating squares going around.
That would look nice.
Yeah, it's all possible. $12.99 for that. Now, the other one that I've got, would you open that while I fold
Oh,
that
I
one,
shall.
please? I get you working.
Well, you know, just as well, isn't it?
Oh, lovely.
So this brings in a few little quirky elements.
Yeah.
Because you've got the blue tip there, and you've got your little caterpillar.
Tiny
Oh,
bit.
see, I didn't do it right for you.
It's all right.
Must do better. But yeah, you've got your little caterpillar on the bike wheel, little snail here.
Neon snail. Love it.
So yeah, you'll see quirky things like that as well. There's a range that I'm thinking of bringing to Sewing Street, which is animal antics.
Ooh.
And there's elephants and zebras and cheeky little monkeys that are kind of poking out behind the, and I thought people might like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm making an executive decision there.
Okay.
We'd love that, yes,
Okay,
please.
let's do that.
Yeah, we'd love that. It's just so much fun, isn't it? And the way it's all sort of layered. But also what I'm seeing here is an open space here where if you wanted to put a sentiment or a dedication, or you wanted to put like a little oval frame, maybe with a photograph of, I don't know, like a vintage photo of your mum and dad or your grandparents.
That'd be nice,
Something really special. You know, you
Yeah.
could. There's lots there, but there's also space.
I think this also would fit easily into a children's room.
Oh, it would.
Wouldn't
Yes, it would.
And then,
Yes,
you
it
could
would.
add some, talking about like the tactile things as well. If you had buttons down the side, that sort of thing,
Gorgeous.
that would be good.
And there must, of course, be vintage buttons from your button tin,
Oh yes.
which we've all got.
Yes.
Here's the backing. Here's the backing. Remember, the rectangular cushion, I would say, is a serving suggestion.
Yes.
But that is all.
As with all of it, I would say.
That is all.
Yeah.
I always love it when they have that on things like a packet of fish fingers and it's just on a plate and it says serving suggestion. Yeah, why don't serve them on a plate? Really? Okay, good.
Groundbreaking.
But this could be a rectangular cushion. It could be
Yeah. Whatever.
a quilt, a piece
Yeah.
of art.
Yeah.
You could even embellish that and stretch it over an art frame.
If you do your free motion into it as well
Nice.
and start putting some beading in,
It'll look
that's the sort of thing
gorgeous.
that I get carried away with. There's a lot of things I do not have patience for,
Right.
but beading and things like that, I really get into it.
Yeah.
And I can
Well,
spend
if that's
hours
your
doing
thing,
it.
add that. If it's not your thing, do something else. Now, we've also got William's Attic. This is also a rectangular cushion. Now, can we get it dead centre? What do you
Well,
think?
I don't know because I can't. Oh,
Oh, keep going. Go on. There
There
it
we go.
is. That's that sweet spot.
look
Thanks,
at the
Jamie.
right monitor and I'll get there. So yeah, again, your William's Attic in the yellow. You've got some William Morris patterns in the background, but obviously I've heavily layered it with lace, the bingo again. And it's like, someone did say to me, who thinks about putting a bingo card with, you know, this sort of, I'm like, well, me, because I like it.
Yeah.
You know, why not?
I love it. I love it. And, you know, I thought the peacock one was my favourite until you opened this one out, and now suddenly I'm Team William.
Well, do you know what? I don't know if you can say this when it's your own designs. I love them. But my husband, Mr. B, isn't into cushions. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but we're going to have a lot of cushions from now on.
Who are you?
He's one of those people that sits on the sofa and, like, throws them off.
Oh, no. Well, no.
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 Well, no.
But equally, if they are really embellished, they might just be show cushions.
They could
You
be.
can have that, can't you?
Yeah. I might have to have, maybe I need to get my own chaise lounge.
Do it.
And have
do
show
it.
cushions.
Covered in velvet.
That my 2 spaniels are not allowed on.
Oh, we need pictures of the spaniels next time, please. Do you know, with this, I would have to put a really gorgeous, luxurious, decorative cord around.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, or piping.
Yeah.
Maybe even big, extravagant tassels on all 4 corners.
Nice.
This is something I'd have to go over the top with.
Why not?
Yeah, love it. Love it. I do also love the idea that William might have played bingo.
Why not?
Just imagining
7.
down the Mecca.
Down
the Mecca.
It's pint of cider.
Love it. Love it. Now, we had a couple of other Williams Attic products earlier on, and I'm just going to recap them while we're here. We'll start with the journal
I love
panel.
that you're not folding it.
I will. Oh, I will. I will. I just can't do both at the same time. This is so gorgeous. This is the Williams Attic journal.
Yeah, very fresh colours on this.
They are.
Quite muted.
Calm.
But, you know, when we were saying about using the variegated thread, if you would start embroidering into this, you can really draw out those colours if
Yes,
you want to.
really
or
could.
keep it lovely and subtle.
Yeah,
you know,
you
whichever
could.
way.
I think I'd want to use things like pearl buttons
Oh, nice.
and like tea-dyed lace.
Nice.
You know, those kind of parchmenty, linen-y.
And tea-dyed paper for
Yeah.
inside would
Yes.
be lovely.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, like you can get sort of things like linen where you can fray
Yeah,
and have like a fringing around it.
Yeah.
Things like that
I like
as well.
a frayed edge.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I sometimes
It's
I
frayed
get them
around the
without-
edges. It's
Yes.
very fitting.
Exactly. Once everyone's checked out, there's fewer than 20 left. If you want the journal cover or the journal maker, go for it. It's so fab. I love it. I love these as well, the tape measures. You could almost use these for bookmarks, couldn't you?
You could, and this is actually scanned in from my own tape measure, which
Oh,
I
is
think
it?
my mum's going to be watching, but I think I might have stolen it from her years ago.
Oh, really?
It's a very old tape
I
measure.
realise that now.
Well,
Yes.
no, she's not having it back now.
Whoops. Then the last of the Williams Attic are the 45-inch squares. I do have more, actually, but this is what we've seen so far. These are the 5-inch squares. These are close to selling out. There are more of these in baskets than we have available. You've done it again, Janie. Amazing. So beautiful. Do we get 40 different squares, or are there
Yes.
some repeats?
No, they're all
Wow.
different.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you want repeats, you need 2 panels.
Amazing.
But yeah, like I said, same as the other one. So I've done some patterns on a diagonal,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got your features in between.
Absolutely
and then you've got
gorgeous.
panels like this, which have just got, say, a floral in the centre, just to break things up a little
Yeah,
bit. So, I mean,
really
they're already
lovely.
arranged. If you just want to do like a faux quilt and do your stitching in between,
Yes, you
it's
can.
already laid out for you.
So cool. It's so cool. Now, I should just mention that there are lots of other panels. I've got some tote bags, I've got some square cushions, and I've got some aprons. We are going to get to those, but we want to do a bit of demo now, if that's all right with you.
It's the nerves. I was saying earlier, I'm nervous about relying on a machine for a demo because I don't
Sold
really
out,
have
by
to
the way.
do that.
Sold out.
Oh,
No, show us your stitching.
this is a panel that I did earlier after we were talking. We were saying about the patchwork.
Yeah.
So this is again done with 40 squares.
Mm-hmm.
Move it over there.
Brilliant. That's perfect.
But yeah, it just shows you, like if you were using those 40 squares, say for a cushion front or something like that, and you've got some left over, it doesn't take many to do this sort of thing.
Not at all.
And I've just used some of the wadding on the back, and then, you know, put some coordinating fabric on the back.
Yeah, definitely.
Ready-made journal cover.
Yeah.
Or if you've got 2 of these, zip on the top, you know, nice little
Yeah.
makeup bag or something
Gorgeous
like that.
makeup bag or a pouch.
So, let's have a look at the Williams Attic Journal panel.
Lovely.
So, what you get, let's unpin that one. So that's the front, and that's what I've designed for the inside. I've already pre-cut a couple of elements, so we'll pop that one to one side. And what I've done, so I'm going to use A4 paper for the inside. Obviously, if you want a smaller journal, you're not going to use the full panel, so you could get more out of it again. So I've got one sheet here, and what I've done is I've cut the wadding to the size of the A4 sheet, okay? And you can see how much smaller that is. So like I was saying, if, unlike me, so if you don't like the frayed edge, you have enough to do a turn in.
Perfect.
So if you want a lovely neat edge, you can turn that in.
You could also, of course, do things like overlock the edge, or you could
Yeah.
zigzag round the edge.
Yep, yep. So I'm just going to, he stands away. Let me do it over here.
Well ventilated space.
So let's pop that down on there. Like so.
Great.
And then obviously you could just stitch into that as it is, but I was thinking just a couple of little elements like this is quite cool for your cover. Okay, and then
really
if at the end you want a nice kind of spine cover, that can go through the centre like that.
I know I'm interfering, but I can't help myself. That's fine. But I was just thinking that if you want, you could ruffle.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Some lace to go around. There's so many things you could do.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so inspired right now.
But I'll just show you, like you could do your whole cover with that, and then you've got all of this left.
Oh.
One of the samples, I've stitched this as a wrap, and then we've used the little poppers to secure it. So obviously I've only put a few pages in there and a little pocket as well.
Love it.
But yeah, you could really bulk it out and have a thick spine if you know how to do that.
Yes.
But I thought I'd keep it simple, and then we can progress on from there.
Oh, it's just gorgeous. It's so inspiring.
So I think I got more on my finger than I got anywhere else. Actually, let's do it on the scrap paper. That would be a good plan.
But also you could use Bonder Web if you prefer and iron it on.
So if I wanted this with no frayed edges, Bonder Web would be perfect.
Yeah.
Bond it on the back before you cut it out.
Right.
Seals the edges. I quite like the fact that when I go around this, it will gradually kind of fray a little bit.
Yeah.
So let's get rid of that one. I tend to use variegated threads when I do free motion. And so there might be, depending on how much we get through, there might be a lot of changing of threads, and I'm just keeping quite a neutral one underneath. Okay, so the first thing I would do is just kind of secure these in place before I start working into them.
So I notice you're using a darning foot, feed dogs down.
Yep.
Free motion. You could also use a walking foot to do this and turn your work if you prefer.
Yeah. So this is very weird for me because I don't normally sew standing up.
Yes, I know.
So
welcome
we'll
to the crew.
We'll see how we get on.
Yeah.
So I've got this set just on a straight stitch.
Yep.
When I'm teaching free motion, I kind of say to people, you know, obviously when you're doing your normal stitching, your feed dogs are up and they are there to guide your fabric through. Once we put those down, you are the person guiding it.
Absolutely.
So all the needle is doing is going up and down, and if you don't move your fabric, it's not going to go anywhere.
You are the feed dogs.
You are.
So now you're going round a second time.
Yeah, but I'm going to go round in little swirls.
Oh.
So this sort of thing, I tend not to plan too much. It's whatever I fancy doing at the time.
Ooh, this
and
is
this
fancy.
could look very different depending on what colour thread you use.
Well, do you know what? This is like the lace I was layering around the outside edge, but you're stitching it on.
And also, I can't remember which sample it is, but in one of the printed elements, there is like a lace. And what I've done is I've gone in with the free motion to bring that out so it looks more like real lace rather than printed. So from here, I'm just going to, I've been using a different machine and my foot is, or my lever, whatever you call it, is on a different side.
Whatever you call it.
Whatever you call it.
That thing. The uppy-downy thing.
Yeah. So let's just go around the body. So I'm literally just going around the outside of it to start with. Oh, we had a bit of a spurt on there. So just securing it around. And then so what I say to people is the idea of going around the outside before you're actually putting any detail in. If you start putting lots of detail in one side, it might start to draw it in.
Got you.
And then it'll be slightly distorted. So if you go all the way around the outside, it eliminates that. So let me change the colour a second, so bear with me while I change the thread, and we'll go for a darker darker shade to put into our butterfly. So I'm going to go in with a variegated brown, I think. This is where we see if I can thread my needle live on air, isn't it? Because I haven't got my head around the automatic needle threader.
Oh, well, you know, they're there if you need them, but old school works too.
as long as my varifocals are doing their job.
No, well, see, I'm starting to think I need readers because if
Yeah.
I've got my contact lenses and I cannot see to thread a needle.
I had to go varifocal mainly for doing things like this because I find, so I used to do a lot of free motion embroidery and make brooches. So things like this that I would then back with felt to make brooches.
Oh,
but
that's
you're
another creative idea.
you're concentrating on it so much that I just couldn't focus on it
Fair
anymore.
enough, yeah. So you've changed out the thread to a darker kind of warm brown.
Yeah, just so if I was at home, I've got so many threads, I would match this up. But just by doing your back and forth like that, you can start to build up like the centre of the wing,
Nice.
and the variegated thread helps with that. So both sides might look slightly different because obviously the thread colour is going to vary.
Well,
That's the
Janie, I
nature
suppose
of
you
it.
put so much variegation into the background colours anyway, then
Yeah.
it's natural, isn't it, to have variegated thread?
Yeah,
It-
and
it
you
fits.
could pull out kind of what I mean. You could go with a complete contrasting colour, and this is what I like about a lot of projects like this. Depending on what you're inspired by, what you have, everyone's project will look completely different. That's what I like about doing workshops and things like that. We can start off with the same items and all have something completely different
completely
at the end
unique.
of it.
Yeah. Wendy from Herefordshire's got in touch to say, oh, so it's called the uppy downy thing. I got it right.
Yeah. The Udramy gubbin.
There is, Janie, a very funny picture, if you look for it on the internet, of the parts of a sewing machine given
Okay.
funny names. And I love the fact, I think it's where the bobbin goes in is referred to as the cry hole, which there's just loads of different bits on it. And the cry hole, it always makes me laugh.
So I'm just going to snip that down just so you can see, just with that short amount of time,
Yeah, oh, that's brought it
how
to
you
life.
can start building that up.
Yeah.
And I quite like the
Absolutely brought it to
contrast
life.
as well.
Yeah.
So I will get it in the right place at some point. The contrast as well, if you start building up more elements like this, and like
Yeah.
you were saying about putting out lace, and then you wouldn't necessarily have to do anything with this, but it's that contrast between the two.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. You could even put a little bit of extra wadding underneath there first of all before you stitch, and then it was
Well, I
gently
was
pad
just
it.
thinking about going around her and
Lovely.
then filling that in. Should we see what that's
That would
like?
make it pop. Yes, do it.
Might look
Do
nice,
it.
might not, but you know. If
it's
we don't
fabric
like
and
it,
thread.
if we don't like it, we'll cover it with another piece.
Yeah.
Also, you can use a zigzag stitch if you want to fill these areas more quickly.
Still free motion.
Still free motion, yeah. So I used to love demonstrating free motion when I was selling my embroidered brooches, purely for the fact that a lot of people see those things and think you've got some big fancy machine that does it for you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I use straight stitch, I use zigzag stitch. Basic machine, that's it.
Yeah. I love how filling the background in is really making the portrait pop. And it's starting to look like a cameo brooch, which of course the Victorians were very keen on.
Yes, yeah.
And have you seen the hair brooches?
The hair,
Where they have like curled hair or
Yeah,
into
I find that a bit
bouquets.
weird.
Do you?
yeah.
Is that a step too far?
Is it for me? Yeah.
They just hold pictures of them. It's just quirky.
Yeah, that for me, that's stepping into the realms of a little bit weird.
Macabre.
Yeah.
Macabre.
Yeah. So you see here where the, I don't know how close in you can get, where the thread has obviously gone into its darker shade there.
Yep.
I'm going to go over that a little bit more because I think that bit stands out a little bit
Fair
too
enough.
much, almost like a little stripe in it, which we don't want.
Okay.
So we'll just shade over it like that.
Pauline Wheeler, our Auntie Pauline, has got in touch to say, hi, lovelies. Huge congratulations to Janie on her fabulous launch.
Thank you. So we bumped into each other the other night in the restaurant of the hotel. And, you know...
In the bar?
Well,
Just say it like
no,
it is, Janie. It was the bar, wasn't
me
it?
and Mr. B are on Slimming World.
Oh,
right?
are
So
you?
we were trying
Okay.
to be good. And then me and Pauline had a chat and she was very happy, not saying it's anything to do with the fact that she had a cocktail in her hand. But, you know.
Yeah? No, our Auntie Pauline's always happy, in fairness.
Well, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, you can see, I mean, I would do a bit more in here.
Yeah. Just gonna
And
move it over a
possibly, if I'd known I was going to do that, I would have adhered that down a little bit better because obviously we've got a little bit of, what do you call it?
A little bit of a bump.
Yeah, a little bit of warping on there.
I love that.
But you could pad that out as well from the back. If that bothered you, you could just put a little slit in there and kind of pad that out. Actually, that would look quite nice because you could
Yeah, it
dome
would.
that out
You
slightly
really
then.
could. You really
Because
could.
obviously we would be backing that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So if I just show you very quickly, because I'm aware that we don't have a huge amount of time,
No.
the backing piece of fabric here. So I would do whatever stitching I want to on there. So it's only going to show on your wadding on the inside. Obviously, you could do the same with the inside as well. You could pop a pocket in there, which is what I did on one of the other ones. And then all I would do is simply pop a stitch all the way round. Like I said, you have, it's large enough should you want to do a turn in and have a nice neat edge.
Yeah.
But if you want the shabby chic look, I would stitch to the edge of the wadding and then fray this out.
Yeah.
So-
Or go around with pinking shears.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. But you could also, you don't have to do it with your straight stitch. You could use your free motion and just kind of do some swirls. Find your centre spot. So I just want to run you through this very quickly. 3 holes in your paper, okay? Find your centre spot and you will go out through the centre, back in, long stitch in the centre, out through, back in, tie it off.
That's
it. That's
What
it.
kind of paper do you use?
So this is a cartridge paper,
Yeah.
which we use for most of our books. But if you are into the whole kind of junk journaling thing, why not use some vintage book pages in there? You could actually do fabric pages. So why not do like samplers in there of fabric pages?
Calico pages.
Yes, and anything
Ooh,
you
frayed
fancy.
edges.
So this kit is to give you the inspiration for the covers. But there's so much more that you
It's
can do.
inspired us massively, Janie. It really has. If you want to get that panel, that's the Williams Attic journal panel. Here it is. It's $9.99. These are your outers, your images, your tape measures. There's way more of these in baskets than we have available. Just be aware things are starting to sell out now. Now, the other journal panel that we have, still got loads to show you.
I know.
We're going to have to run over, I
You've
think.
got the aprons and the
Yeah.
tote bags.
This is the vintage scrapbook. This is about to sell out as well, Janie.
Okay.
Just talk us through that. Butterflies, flowers.
Yeah, so the butterflies, again, if you're doing your free motion like I just showed on that front cover, these are perfect for that, as well as snipping into these elements. This is what I used for an inside pocket on my sample. This idea was a spine cover, but you've got words in here as well.
Gorgeous.
So you can put that on the front.
There are 4 left. There's over 50 in baskets.
Oh.
Tote bags. Tote bags.
Tote bags.
Let's start
And there is
with...
a lot of fabric with these panels.
There is a lot of fabric here. We're going to start with Williams Attic, and there's 2 of those, 31 and 13. Right, let's start with 31. So this is to make a
Big
tote bag.
panel, yeah, fully lined tote bag with pocket.
Oh, and full instructions.
Full instructions,
Don't have
yeah.
to buy anything separate. Let's open this up.
And then
let's
you've got
show
your
you. Oh,
extra elements there as well.
wow, look. So these are your main images, front and back of the bag.
Can I just grab the sample
Yeah,
that's
I'll grab
behind
it for you.
Yeah, because I just want to show you. So this is a bit very similar to how I would have done the brooches. All I've done is free motion like you've just seen, backed it with some felt to trim around it, added a little bit of lace from one of the packs and just hung it on
That's
like a charm.
Gorgeous idea. This is beautiful. Look at that image. It's just so whimsical.
I love the fact that they're fully lined as well, and they're a really good size.
You get all your lining included. I'm going to show you all of the panel. So you've got front and back. You've got, this is your lining. I mean, a very posh, very beautiful lining.
Yeah. So again, if you are a book crafter, how many covers could you get out of this?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
if you weren't using it for a tote bag, or
it's a serving suggestion.
Use like a plain calico or something as your lining, then you've got these additional panels for a second bag or something.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's just so much fabric here.
Well, look, I mean, this is the fabric for the inside pocket. This is the pocket, this is the lining. This is a separate bag as far as I'm concerned. This is a small book bag.
Yep, little zip at the top.
Gorgeous.
Perfect. And then
Beautiful.
this is coordinating fabric. So even if you use all of those for your tote bag, you've still got an extra bit of fabric.
It's
Make
brilliant.
a little purse to go in there.
Under £20 for this.
That's
Inside the
crazy.
bag, would you put anything in? Do you need any interfacing or wadding?
No.
Just the fabric?
Just this.
Perfect. Just add thread? Yeah, and you have got those decals at the top as well. You do butterflies if you want to make sort of like a bag charm.
Yeah, or you could then, you know, free motion them onto the front cover as well.
You really could. Now, next up, I've got, is it ending 13? Yeah, so this is a second tote bag.
Yes.
This is again William's Attic, but a different take.
So this is a different colourway.
Oh,
Look, I got that almost in the right place
you
first
really are
time.
getting this. My goodness me. Yeah.
But yeah, so this is a real kind of collaged piece.
I've got this one made up here. Look at that.
And then this one, I've put that on a popper.
Oh, nice.
You can add it or not, and then it should still be inside. Ooh, let me delve into the big pocket. I made a little coordinating. I was thinking, you know, when you've got a little card from parking or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, and then that could popper onto the front like that if you wanted to.
I love that idea.
Or you can have that one on there.
It's a great idea.
But yeah, this bit is just done with that extra bit of coordinating fabric that's added into the panel.
It's a brilliant idea. Now, just while we've got this here, if you did want to take Janie's idea of using a different fabric for the lining, rather than, look, I mean, this is the lining that's provided, bit of gorgeous William Morrisness there. But if you wanted to, you could use a linen style fabric, a linen look fabric. It may be the green. Here are the details, £3.99 for half a metre. Bit of a bargain.
Yeah, they are lovely. And I like that linen look.
Gorgeous, isn't it? It fits.
Yeah.
There's a red. We'll put the details up on screen for that next. This is also that linen look, £3.99 poppy. Perfect, isn't it? Then we've also got it in a gorgeous warm tan, very versatile. We'll pop the details up for the tan as well.
These are the ones that Duncan used in the quilt behind us as well.
Yes. There's natural linen look, cotton fabric in natural. And then we've also got Osnaburg. Is this Osnaburg? Seeded Osnaburg. Do you like Osnaburg?
Well, that's a new word to me. I picked this because it said seeded cotton, and I thought that's perfect to get any of my stuff that's kind of vintage style. This is perfect to go with
it's
it.
lovely fabric. £2.99 for half a metre. I think basically if you're buying a panel, any of the panels, get yourself a metre of the Osnaburg because you can use it to back your cushions, line your journals. You can use it on the back of an apron to make it thicker and more durable, and it's so affordable.
I think that might be what I backed one of the aprons with, actually. Yeah, it's lovely.
Fab. Just show you that tote bag panel one more time. This is Janie's original, William's Attic in green. I'm just going to hold this up with me if you wouldn't mind. You get such a lot of fabric there. You get your main images for the front and back. They're over Janie's side. You get your linings, you get your handles. You also get your Look, this is the inner pocket. I'm sorry, Janie, but I'm not putting that in the inside of the bag. I'm making something else with that and that. It's too lovely. You get such a lot. Now, if you're into making the journals or the book covers, think about...
Oh, this would go so far for journals, yeah. And that's what I like as well. It makes the perfect tote bag with the lining, but it can make so many other projects.
For sure. It's big pieces of designer fabric for $19.99. Now, once you've all checked out your baskets, over half the stock has gone of this one. We're having lots of sellouts too, so anything you really like, you must go for. Now,
I'm assuming that means you want me back, do you?
Well, I mean, I wanted you back the minute we met, but we've got one more tote bag, which ends 61.
I like the way we're already into you just handing it to me. It's like,
exactly.
Get on with it.
Are you part of the gang now?
Well,
we'll open this one out.
It'd help if I did it the right way up, though, wouldn't
Here
it?
we go. So this one is that vintage floral. Oh, wow. This is the peacock. Again, I want it.
Yeah, I love peacocks.
Yeah.
Peacocks, zebras and flamingos, they're my thing. I love them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I think just as well, if you're a bag maker, obviously this is a tote bag, but you might be thinking, no, you know what, I'm going to make a messenger bag. I'm going to make a satchel.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a weekender bag
Yeah.
with some linen fabrics or some canvas.
I can now have a whole coordinating weekender kit, couldn't I?
Totally.
It's just, I just got to get the time to make it all.
Yeah. Makeup bag. Well, the thing is, so much of the work is done for you because you've got so much impact.
Yeah, I did it.
Haven't you? You've only got to make up the bag. That's all.
Yes.
At the end of the day, it's lovely.
And I've
19.99.
reinstated my sewing room as well, which
Oh,
I haven't
have
used
you?
for so long. And already I said to Mr. B, I think I might have to move it into the bigger room, you know.
I'm with you.
I think I'm going to be making lots of samples.
I'm with you on that, yes. I mean, I always say to my deputy, Joan, that she's only got a kitchen in her house because it came with the house. You know, why shouldn't it be an extension of her sewing room? Love it. Now, ending 9.5, this is an apron panel.
Yes, so this is the
Ooh.
one that's behind you.
Right, let me bring in our glamorous model. No, for once, it's not Dan. Here's that is a bit of me. I love it.
Oh, actually, it's just a bit of calico that I lined it with.
Calico wasn't a Berg, either of those.
The other panel, which is the Williams Attic, Tom made, and he's used a completely contrasting fabric from his own stash, but it's a lot thicker. So it depends what you want your apron for. If you want it, really durable as a craft apron, you can line it with something a bit more hefty. I've kept this one a bit more lightweight.
You could also, as well, eau de coat the apron once it's made up, and that would make it water resistant.
Oh, is that
So
like
we-
the...
Looks like PVA glue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you put on with a credit card.
Nice.
Not a credit card, but you know what I mean, that kind of thing. Yeah. Over quarter of the stock has gone. Yeah. Brilliant. Absolutely lovely.
And I
Love
like
these
as well,
images.
because the necktie actually ties. So for vertically challenged people like me, it means you can get it to the right height, so therefore you're... But also if you're making it, you know, if you've got one of these as well, you can get the tie right on your waist where you want it.
Great.
Because I find when you pre-buy aprons,
Yeah.
someone that is shorter,
Sure.
they're never in the right place.
No, they're not in the right
No.
place. I agree with you. I'm popping that down now. Let me show you the panel because it's a whopper. Absolute whopper. So you get your full instructions as well. You don't have to buy a separate pattern. They're all included. Apron, pockets, lining. And this is the lining for the pocket.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Or a little journal. This could be a recipe book cover.
Oh, nice idea. Yeah.
Yummy.
Yeah, that's taking coordinating to the next level, isn't it?
Yeah,
Look, my
absolutely.
recipe cards are wrapped in the same fabric as my apron.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But also I'd be thinking of a way to make maybe things like some oven gloves or some hot pads to go with this.
Nice. Yeah.
Remember that things like the 5-inch square panels coordinate.
Yeah. Also, I was going to say, as all your lovely viewers have been amazing at messaging in,
Yes.
let me know what you want to see. You've seen the sort of designs now that I do. Let me know what sort of panels you would like to see.
Great.
I'd be very accommodating.
Great.
So yeah, whether it be more of the 40 square panels, more journal covers, you know, whatever. I have thought about doing some patterns for like some little teddies and bunnies as well.
Nice.
So I thought that could look quite cool in the pattern fabric.
Yeah.
Let me know what you want.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Right, another apron. This is William's Attic in red.
Yes.
This is the last apron panel. Oh, now that's very, very classy.
And this was the first design I did in the Williams Attic range, which is what kind of started it all.
Oh, it's lovely. That's lovely. That is really beautiful, isn't it? You could also use something like Lamifix over the top of the fabric.
You're throwing all these new things at me.
It's like an adhesive, clear vinyl that you apply over the top of fabric, and it makes it like oilcloth.
I'm going to be hitting up the website, and I'm going to...
Yeah, well, once our worlds collide, which they have today, there's no going back.
It's a whole new world now for both of us.
Absolutely no going back. Right.
I feel like I might be spending a lot.
Now, we've got some square cushions.
Oh, yes.
Serving suggestion only.
So, yeah, this is the same design again.
I've got some samples.
My arms are just long enough.
Oh, gorgeous.
Ooh, wrong way. I'll try and get that one in, look.
Sorry, my darling. Look, I'm just standing here. I don't know why. Hear me out on this. She's giving me Kate Bush vibes. I'm hearing, oh, Wuthering Heights. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of get it. I wouldn't have seen it, but now you said I kind of get it, yeah.
I'll plant an intrusive thought in your head, don't you worry.
I'm just going to leave you with that now.
So, but this is a serving suggestion again, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got those square front to your cushion. Then you've also got your envelope back pieces. And you've actually got 3 of those. Yeah, so you could mix and match.
Yeah.
Lovely. See, I'd use one of those, back it with Osnaburg, and I'd make 2 cushions, a square and a rectangular.
Yeah, nice.
Because that would make a beautiful cushion on its own, wouldn't it?
Or like
with a lovely cord.
Like some placemats as well.
Nice, yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. So inspiring. $14.99 for that. And then the last panel that I've got is for this beautiful cushion. That might be my favourite. This one ends 86. Again, I'll show you. There we go. This is our last panel, the square. I think this is going to be very, very popular. This is gorgeous.
And the spare bit of fabric on the end as well has the image on there again.
Sorry, what? Yes.
Something. So yeah, that actually is a spare panel.
Wow.
But you, yeah, another cushion. You've got a twofer there, haven't you?
Yeah, you really have. I love a twofer.
Can't go wrong with a twofer.
We need Janie back, don't we? We need Janie back loads. Loads and loads and loads. I think, I'm from Gloucestershire originally, so they could...
That accent came out a little bit then when you said that.
I think we might find, if we look at our family tree, that there's some connection. Absolutely brilliant, Janie. Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you, everyone.
And loads of lovely messages for Janie. Thank you for getting in touch. Thank you for being here and being so inspiring.
Thank you.
Gorgeous.
I'm off to buy lots of things now. If they'll have me back, I'll come back, definitely.
I think that's a given. Right, we'll see Janie very soon. I don't want you to go anywhere. Emma's coming back after the break. She's going to be teaching me to sew. And we're starting late, but we'll still have the full hour. Don't you worry. We'll see you after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there. We have got a fab show now with Emma Bradford back. Hey, Emma.
Hi. Hi, Stu.
You're ready to take on the massive task of teaching me to be free and easy.
Yeah, free and loose and whatever, and letting your inner art out.
Great, I love it. I love it. We're focusing on Nicholas Ball, Quilts from the Attics, brand new book, Use and Ornament, and it is a very, very beautiful book. Even the cover is kind of tactile and three-dimensional and absolutely beautiful. It's all rather gorgeous. And then inside, it really celebrates contemporary quilting, improv quilting or improvisational quilting. There's lots of project ideas in the bag, lots of inspiration in the bag. And also, he celebrates, I think, 10 contemporary quilt makers.
I think so. And there's a number. I lost count. But yeah, there's a lot of artists and quilt makers in there that he tells the history, what their inspiration is, what their styles are.
How cool is this? An improv alphabet. Absolutely love it.
Just general quilt history in there and general history, like even in the patterns in the back, if you read through his introductions, there's a lot of really interesting information in
Absolutely. Because the thing is, when you look at a quilt like this, I see, you know, like an 1840s utility quilt patched together with whatever was available and used and loved and worn out, and most of them never survived because they were the ones that were used. We only see the fancy quilts now. Most quilts were like this. So this is our quilting past, but it's also our quilting future in many ways. Just look, but crazy from Victorian. Yeah. It's improv. G's Bend. I was thinking also G's Bend. Amazing quilters in America, again, who do this improvisational style. But these are from the 60s, from the 50s, or from 2002, you know? Royal mixture, freer, easier. G's Bend, of course, a particular style community of quilters in America, African-American quilt makers. Really cool book, something you could really get your teeth into, a lovely coffee table book for $29.99. It's brand new and it's signed.
Yes.
Love that.
It is exciting.
Now, improv quilting, something to be scared of?
No, definitely not. And I think this is very much a book for either long-term quilters who do everything by the rules and just want to lose all their inhibitions and just go with the flow and learn how to do
You just
that.
described me in a sentence.
Exactly. But also maybe people who aren't quilters don't like that rigidity, but really want to express themselves with fabric. Maybe younger people, artists, art students, people who are taking their art GCSEs or A-levels.
Love that.
Or older people who love to create art in some way, but just not very good with pen and pencil and paints. This is a completely different medium to do that in.
Well, again, you've just described me, so can we do some?
Yeah, let's do it. So we'll start with the very first project that he gives. So I've given you a stack of, and I've got the same, of just squares. It says a stack of fabrics, generally about the same size. First one, you got a ruler, neutral colour, perfect.
I've got 5 here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Just so they're all stacked together.
Yeah, right on top of each other.
Got this bundle, by the way. We'll pop the details on screen.
Yeah, I love these colours that Kerry's put together. They're very 70s. They
are.
70s feel.
What next?
We're just going to cut diagonally.
Okay.
However
Literally precisely from corner to corner.
Yeah. Well, if you want to do corner to corner, that's absolutely your bag.
But
you don't have to. However you want to do it.
Should I just go like that? Oh, this feels wrong.
You could just cut a corner off. You don't have to do so it just says from one side to the other.
Yep. I've done it.
In a diagonal. There you go. Okay, now you're going to take the right-hand top fabric.
Yep.
And just put it on the bottom of the stash.
Okay.
Just like that. And now we're going to sew them all together.
Fine.
So obviously the right over the left.
Yep.
In a line, and we just put my...
This is a weird angle. Do I need to worry a lot about matching up and getting everything fitting perfectly?
No, because I've cut them fairly equally squares.
Yep.
You wouldn't normally have a fairly equal packet of squares.
Do I need to use a 1/4 inch seam?
Yes, that is
Okay.
that is the only rule.
Right.
But even then, as long as it's at least a 1/4 inch, oh, you're going to beat me. Oh yeah, you're definitely going to beat me. If we're doing a speed sewing contest.
I'm just getting on with it. You
Yeah,
tell me
no.
to do something, I'm just going to do it.
You go.
So I'm sewing all of my stack together.
Yeah.
Is anyone joining us at home?
Oh,
So I did say earlier on, get your fabrics out, get your
yeah.
sewing machine ready, and let's sew together. On to the next. So this
I
is
think
what
this would also be a really fun thing to do in a group.
for
So everybody
sure.
gets a stack of fabrics,
Yep.
and then just to see at the end how everybody.
I like the idea of that a lot.
Yeah, you could use the same fabrics. Everybody gets the same fabrics, and then
Yep.
you could make a full-size quilt at the end.
It's really cool. Something a bit different. Something to maybe just push your boundaries, something to experiment with. The main graphics on screen are for use and ornament. The brand new, beautiful book from Nicholas Ball, Quilts from the Attic. I love the fact as well that you don't really have to take too much trouble and time over this.
No.
I am being a little bit slapdash. But you know, already I'm feeling myself loosen up,
Okay, good.
which has got to be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier on losing inhibitions.
Yes.
Say. You know, sometimes it can be really hard. Sometimes it can be really hard to lose those inhibitions because we're so intent on precision.
Yes.
So now am I just going to press the seam allowance one way?
Yeah, press the seam allowance however you want to press the seam allowance.
Okay. So I'm just going to do that with my fingernail, just kind of scratching out from the centre outwards, just to give me... So there's my piece block. Already I'm loving it.
And you're just going to stack them on top of each other, just like they were originally.
Okay. And do they need to be stacked with all the sort of bits going in the same direction?
Yes, so the seams are in the same direction. So the sewn, the seams.
Yeah. So I'm just going to restack. Now, do I have to do these in the same order that I started with?
No.
It can be any order?
Any order.
Okay, phew, because I can't remember the order.
Yeah, me neither.
So obviously there's a seam allowance now running through the centre. Yeah.
So once you've got them stacked, you're just going to repeat the process and cut the other way,
Okay.
however way you want to.
So that's that way up. There we go. Right. So I've got them stacked. So I'm going to turn my cutting mat, and now I'm going to cut them somewhere else. And it
Yeah.
doesn't have to be diagonally.
No, I mean,
What do you think, guys? Here, 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 there? Really, right there? Don't say wherever. I mean, just... Now, obviously, you're going through a seam allowance in the centre, so be careful. There we go. And then top fabric to the bottom.
Yep.
And then re-sew. Now, I've got two fabrics that are the same. Can I take that down one more time? I mean, it's my quilt block, so...
Yeah.
Ooh.
However
See,
you
now I
want.
would never have done that. But now I have. Grab yourself a copy of the book. Jo Avery is featured in the book, and I'm a big admirer of Jo Avery's work. And she's featured. Now, do I need to worry? I could try matching up the
Bit in the
point
middle?
in the centre. Should I or not?
Entirely up to you.
I'm almost wanting to deliberately
Not.
make sure they don't.
Yeah,
Fine.
because we'll square
Where are
them
you
off.
going to
at the
cut
end.
yours? What have you done, miss?
Is it
Like it.
maybe somewhat similar?
I like the opportunity to learn something new.
Oh, and then we can put them all together.
Are we? Cool. I love it. Right, next one.
And then if we've got time, we can do a fish.
Amazing. Is that included in the book too?
Yes.
So there are projects, although it's a celebration and a history of and a musing.
Oh yeah, there's definitely projects in the back.
Yeah, great.
Just to get you started,
Yeah.
so you can find your feet a little bit.
Well, because sometimes as well, you know, it's all well and good kind of wafting your hands in the air and say, oh, just be creative, just let yourself go. But I mean, I can't just let myself go.
No, it's within reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally with you on that.
It's guided, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what makes this so, it's like, you know, a bit of a course in how to quilt differently. Sometimes. I mean, the thing is, you could make these and actually turn them into a very contemporary, stylish bag.
Oh, yeah.
You might think, no, you know what, my style of quilt making is traditional and I'm happy with that and that's what I'm going to continue to do. But you could turn this into a bag. Now that I could really be on board with.
See, I'm very, say, particular. I love a scrappy quilt. It's my favourite. But I get a bit twitchy when two fabrics together are too similar or the same fabric. So for me, with some of these blocks where it's the same fabric together, that I'm just letting it go.
Are you?
I'm just
See,
letting
that
it
would
go.
really make my eye twitch.
No, it's all good.
Kate in Merseyside's got in touch. She says, I love the duet sewing. It's like two demos for the price of one. It looks exciting, as I find it hard to be random. I think you and a lot of quilters,
Yes.
a lot of makers. But that's what's good about the book.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you can just experiment and do whatever.
Permission to play.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're being all fancy over there using an iron. I'm using my scratchy nails. Look, I am genuinely loving these blocks. If you want these fabrics, I'm going to, look, I can't help myself, but I am going to start kind of putting these together. Do we do any more cutting and piecing, or is this our...
This is it. I mean, you can, if you want to, cut away to your heart's content, but that's essentially what you do.
Right.
And if you have several stacks, so you could have the same fabric stacked.
Yeah.
The next stack that you do, the same 5 fabrics or whatever, cut them completely differently.
Yes. And would I trim these to a particular size? Do they all get cut down to like a 6.5-inch square, or do they stay random? How do I sew them
Yes, when you sew them together, you do need to have some sort of similar size, although you could also do the same. I mean, when you read through the rest of the book, it is very much a put one thing on top of the other, cut through it, sew it back together. So you don't have to. So what you could do is sew these in a strip of some sort, and then lay 2 strips together.
Oh, yes.
And then either cut them straight, or you could do a wavy and then match that up. It's this will be the starting point, though.
I like that.
Yeah.
Now, Emma, I need saving from myself.
Oh,
Because,
dear.
look, I couldn't help myself putting these together into a pinwheel. However, you could actually, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And embrace that kind of, this is a pinwheel, but not like anything you've seen before. Can we put our 5 blocks and 5 blocks together?
Yeah.
That would be so much fun.
I throw them over to you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sue,
There we
thank you. From Torpoint says formation sewing. It would be a 10 from Len. Making random aesthetically pleasing is hard work. It is. It is. I'm going to start putting these together just to give you a sense. I think perhaps what I'm going to do is put like 9 of them together. So you can just get a sense of how they might flow. I'm actually really liking this. It's fun. It's rather freeing.
And look how quick. It was really quick to do. And
look.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which is essentially, if you go back to the, what do I want to say, the Victorian...
Crazy
quilts. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there you are. You're done.
Totally agree.
just add, when you quilt it, you could even do your decorative stitches along the seam lines to add those little bits. But
Yeah, it's really cool. You could also, as well, when you trim them down to the same regular size, you could always, to create a little bit of uniformity, if you know, because I still want to. Yeah, you could do a little narrow sashing.
Yeah, I mean, baby steps. I mean,
baby steps.
We can be wild and free, but in baby steps.
I feel like I can do wild and free, but look, my arm's going really small and tight, but then I want to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It is.
It's okay.
It's everybody at their own pace. Nobody, you know.
It's so cool, Emma.
Yeah.
I love it. Can we flick through the book?
Yes.
Will you come and join me?
Yes. Let me bring mine too.
Yeah.
Because it is, like I said, it is a very pretty book, like you said.
It's very beautiful. It's very beautiful.
'Cause I actually did start reading it from the beginning. So it does tell you the story of
the viral
Nicholas.
temperature, is it? The viral temperature.
Oh, yeah, there's one of those in it. But it tells you sort of Nicholas's story about how he got into quilts and...
This is lovely.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Yeah.
I do love the triangles, and that's such an easy thing, again, to do. But, yeah, just the way that he's played with the fabric colours.
Completely.
And the shapes.
Beautiful. Inspiring sheep.
But it also tells you about Welsh quilts, so that looks, it's traditional-ish.
Yes.
But if you look, it's not made in a traditional way.
No.
It's very...
Well, a lot of it, it's all of this, isn't it? This sort of, how can I get these random blocks to fit around the centre?
Yeah.
Nobody was sitting there with a computer program.
No, and they didn't have rotary cutters, no rulers. It was all by hand.
Add a strip of fabric, that'll make it big enough.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody
Elizabeth
worried
from
about
Wiltshire asks, would you always use plain fabric or would it work with patterned fabric, Liz?
everything and anything.
Everything.
Everything and anything. And like with crazy quilts, it would have been velours, it would have been satin, it would have been all offcuts from making dresses.
Well, Helen's answered the question for us, really. She says, morning, loving the programme. That would look gorgeous in a cave 10-inch charm pack.
Yes.
Completely.
Yes, because
I've got one in the next hour.
Oh, I love a cave. Those colours. Yeah, that would be perfect. Oh, yes, I'm going through the history.
Oh,
there we go, crazy quilts.
Lovely. Yes.
Nothing, straight seams, but nothing organised.
No, this is on Improv.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
The OG Improv.
I mean, many, like in the 90s, there was a different version of this, and it was called liberated piecing.
Okay.
And it was some of the same elements and a little different, but it was that same kind of going off kilter, wonky, off the block, and then squaring up kind of thing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And then he goes into, I'm pretty sure, that's a joke. Yeah, then he goes into his quilters. You've got Joe Avery, who's very distinctive style. You can walk around the quilt show and you know exactly which is the
You can spot Joe Avery a mile off, can't you?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Her wool applique. Because it's not just piecing, is it?
No.
This is cool. A little bit of Kylie there.
Yeah. Just added a complete T-shirt on there and
Yeah.
Love it.
Really fun.
So it just goes through another dress, all the different artists, a little bit about them and their work. Yeah, isn't it cool? So it looks like cross-stitch as well as...
Yes.
Yeah.
Very beautiful. We were talking about borrow in the last hour with Janie, the Japanese style. And again, that's very improv. Just layering squares, overlapping them and then stitching them down.
Yeah.
We're plumbing new depths today.
We are going definitely outside the box.
Yeah. Oh, now I love Chris English.
Yeah. And he's a very much a make, mend and... What do I want to say?
Just make do.
Yeah, make, mend and make do. Is that how as I say it? Yeah, because it's everything and everything.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah. And elements of traditional patchwork in there, half square triangles I recognise. You know.
Which is the other thing. So often we, as quilters, we have orphan blocks left over or pieced bits of whatever from any quilt. We always have little bits left over. They could absolutely be incorporated into this.
Well, now I'm thinking that it could be some plain, some patterned, and some whole quilted blocks that you just cut through the middle and rejoin, as I think Chris has here, really.
Yeah.
That would be daring. But you know, if these are fabric, if these are blocks that are orphans because you fell out of love with them, cut them up. What have you got to lose?
Yeah, go for it.
That's striking.
Isn't that nice?
Almost like barcodes.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I love that. The colour
that-
blocking with the black around it.
That. Now that I sold,
Yeah,
utterly sold on that quilt alone.
I like that one.
That's beautiful.
It is.
Why would such a traditional quilt maker as me, and I think you're quite a traditional.
Yeah, yeah.
Why would we, excuse me, both?
Love that. I think it's because there's some order, because you've got the colours are sort of blocked together.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of pattern going on.
Yeah.
And the black reins each bit in a little bit as well.
Yes, sort of corrals the colour.
Yes. Yeah.
Gosh, that's lovely. Yes.
Almost a log cabin.
Yes. Is that a G's Bend quilt?
I don't think we're quite there yet.
No.
Oh, Zach does some really nice stuff as well. Let's flip to the... Oh, and we do have how to make letters in here as well.
Do we?
Yeah, there's a way of doing letters.
Luke Haynes we know very well. He came to festival some years ago.
Okay.
Does amazing
Gorgeous.
portraiture.
Yeah. I'm going to skip to the G's Bend because... And do you listen to Haptic and Hue?
Yes, I love.
Yes.
Well, you got me onto Haptic
Oh,
and
okay,
Hue.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, I do.
And actually, it was one of the viewers that got me onto it. But they have an episode about the G's Bend quilters. And I'm just trying to get to it.
Oh, see, that's fab. Look at that. Love that. Very, very cool. Very cool. Sort of liberated improv, but also with a plan.
Exactly. So you can see this is exactly what we've just done, cutting. And then all she's done is added sashing in between.
Yeah.
I mean...
Very clever.
Yeah. Oh, I do like that.
Oh,
I do like
that's
that.
quite deep, isn't it?
It is. Oh, it tells you about your tools.
Oh, and I think as well there, just to confirm, it absolutely is okay.
Okay.
I got them at the ready, don't you worry.
Perfect.
So then there are some projects. I've
Projects.
got to
Yeah, I
say,
know
it's
the
a
G's
very
Bend are in here.
beautiful book.
It is. And there's so much information. So what was I reading? Maybe it was a G's Bend. It was in the techniques. He talks about some of the history of different quilts.
Yeah.
So even in the pattern instructions, there's even more information in there about past quilts, contemporary quilts, future quilts.
Yeah.
It's all in there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
fascinating. And Nick is a fabulous guy as well. I love chatting to him at shows. He's a really interesting guy, really interesting quilt maker as well. Very beautiful.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of doing
So there's your alphabet.
the alphabet, doing words. Because I've always got such a lot to say for myself, Emma.
Yeah. Oh, I did like this one as well. I did try a little bit of this one.
You did? Will you just grab
Yeah.
that? Because that's lovely. This is beautiful, isn't it?
So that was my attempt at, it was very quick and easy to do. And again, I kind of tried to stagger because I can't help, but you can see I still got the red running through the middle.
But that's almost the point, isn't it? You've
Yeah.
got to allow a bit of serendipity.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it does end up having that very planned out, very formulaic look, which is what we are having a go at, sort of letting go of.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Oh, there's the viral
Now, tell me
temperature.
about this.
So, this is a temperature quilt. So if you know about temperature quilts, it's where you make a patch every day or every week or every month that corresponds to the temperature that day, that week, whatever. But then he did this over lockdown.
Okay.
And so he actually incorporated the idea of a temperature quilt with viruses.
See, I remember this very
Yeah.
well. I was super brown. We used to have wine with lunch every day in this garden, in the sunshine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But the thing that's really nice about this is he actually uses a very traditional technique. The shapes are they're viruses, so they're very
Yes.
contemporary, but the technique is trapunto, stuffed
Okay.
applique trapunto.
Nice.
So you also actually get to learn, and it does give you some lovely diagrams of how to actually do that. I mean, you don't have to do a virus.
Sure.
You could do a heart or whatever you want to do, but it still shows you that very traditional stuffed applicator.
I rather like the idea of doing like a freehand cut stuffed heart applique every day for a year in colours.
That would be beautiful.
It's all about interpreting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, less virus, more love.
Yeah. Yes. Definitely.
I've got a feeling at the moment there would be lots of blue in the quilt, wouldn't there, given the temperatures?
No, I was out on my bike on Friday. Was it Friday? Thursday all day. It was sunny, but it was surprisingly cold.
We're still lighting the log burner.
Wow, it's crazy.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Ooh, yeah, it is. I am still trying to get to the G's bend.
Yeah, they're there.
They are
I'm
here.
thinking as well, you know, in the last hour we were talking about incorporating memories. I mean, this week on Sewing Beat they were using tablecloths.
Okay, I haven't watched it yet.
To refashion. I haven't either, but I saw enough clips online.
Oh, okay.
But you know, using tablecloths, using scraps of lace and layering.
Yes. And I absolutely do advocate for that, because we often get textiles handed down to us, or we find them and they just end up in a drawer.
Yeah.
Unloved, really.
Yes.
I mean, very much appreciated. Yeah, so I'm all for cutting them up, using them, displaying them, loving them in a different way.
Giving them new life.
Yeah.
Giving them new life. I know, I saw somebody the other day, a man make a fabulous shirt. I mean, it was truly beautiful, out of an embroidered tablecloth. And it was exceptionally beautiful. And there were lots of comments, actually. I was really surprised, saying, oh, shame on you for cutting up a beautiful tablecloth. That must have taken so. It was like they sell in charity shops for £2 because nobody wants them. What's the point of them being in a drawer? He will wear that shirt and it is exquisite, you know?
I'm all for that.
Derek's got in touch to say, wow, now this is the sort of quilting I could get into. It's very free.
Yes, see, and that's the thing. I think this is a very great book for, like I said, the very traditional quilters who want to let loose. But then the people who think, oh, quilting's not really for me because it is so regimented.
Yes.
This is a completely new way of doing it. Literally anything goes. You know, my motto is there's no rules.
Right.
There's no right way, wrong way. There's only the way that works for you. And this absolutely sort of embodies that.
I'm just inspired by every page. It's absolutely gorgeous. Wow. Red carpet recognition.
Yes.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah. Hello. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute.
Very cute.
Oh, I missed, and I don't know where they saw. I know that definitely the G's bends are in there.
It's the Mandela effect. There isn't a chapter on the G's bend quilts. No, it is in here. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, perfect. So these were, like you said, made by African American ladies in a community, and they were literally just using what they had at hand.
Yeah.
And they didn't think they were anything special. They were just quilts. I mean, they used them to hang up against the door, on the floor, anything and everything to keep warm.
Insulate the room, yeah.
Yeah. And then they were sort of discovered and ended up in a museum. They would actually make them for commissions.
Yes.
So, yeah, it actually brought a lot of publicity.
They go for big money.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's, you know, because we're starting, people could see the beauty in them.
Yeah.
Appreciate the beauty. Yeah, incredible. Really, really cool book.
Yeah.
Really cool book. Want it, need it, love it.
Yes.
Brand new from Nicholas Ball. It's called Use and Ornament. I also love the fact that despite all the modern, there is a little quote inside the very front. Now I can't find that says, no. Oh, where is it? That's really
another Mandela.
Weird now. I know I read it was the quote from William Morris. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
Have nothing in your houses that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful. So there. So there. Just lovely. Yeah, but you know that crossover between the very traditional and the very new.
Yeah.
Cool.
Perfect. Well, I've got another challenge for you.
Yes, please.
Okay. Should we do a fish?
Let's do a fish. Let's do a fish. I need to just quickly introduce fabric bundles that we have.
Oh, yeah.
The one that we've been using, 1 metre of each of 5 different solids. You get that gorgeous orange. You get magenta, hot tomato, wine, Bordeaux, claret, Merlot. What is it? No. Claret. And red. Yes. 1 metre of each. 1 metre of each for £34.90. 5 metres of fabric.
Wow.
Yes, please. Wow. Now I've also got a blue pack. Sorry about my coughing, by the way. I haven't been here, so I haven't been using my voice hardly at all. And I've been doing nothing but. So in the blues, you get, look, this is lovely.
That is lovely.
I'll open a few of these out just so you can see how big a metre piece is. This would be rather lovely for a cool blue ocean-inspired quilt, wouldn't it? On National Ocean Day, World Ocean Day. So this is 1 metre of fabric. Let me show you. Here we go. So this is 1 metre of fabric, and you get 5 of these. That is a lot of fabric.
That is a lot of fabric.
It's a lot of fabric. That's the blue. Lots of you coming in for the blue. It's great value. You are saving £3, which I think is fab, but I think the fact that even at full price this was £37.90 is amazing for 5 metres of fabric. Try something different. Go on. Now, just while we've got those blues out, I think that this cave would go so well with this.
Yes.
Wouldn't it? Now, this is a 5-inch charm pack. We've got a 10-inch as well, but I'll just show you. So this is the 5-inch. It's £15.99. You get 42 5-inch squares and all sorts. There's polka dots, there's florals, there's textures, but it's got all those different blues, but also some lilac, some green, and purple in there, some pink. So you really would add a real vibrancy in with the solids, but this I think would mix beautifully with this. Now I've got the 10-inch charm pack as well. I don't have that in the studio, but it is the same fabrics. They're just 10-inch squares, and you get 42 again. We'll put the details on screen. It's £49.99. It's called Lake. There it is. It's got all this beautiful blue shades. Lovely. Because that would be really nice, wouldn't it? A combo of plain and patterned. Use the technique that you saw Emma teach me. I mean, the squares are already stacked.
Yeah.
Perfect. You're halfway there. I've got one more fabric pack just to show you very quickly, and it's this one, which is kind of bright solids. You get red, real like deep true red. You get like a camellia colour, coral maybe. You get a gorgeous bright green. That's azalea pink. Ooh. Yeah.
You're very close with camellia.
Close enough. Was that close?
Yeah, with camellia.
That's all right, yeah. You're the plant expert. Defer to you. And that gorgeous bright, this is Santorini. It's not called that, but it is.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
My friends are in Santorini right now. Oh. I'd rather be here with you, Emma, frankly.
Bless you. That's quite the compliment.
No, given the, I mean, come on, I'm human.
I know, I completely,
but I'm loving my time with you.
Yeah.
Will you teach me how to fish before I dig myself a terribly deep hole? Thank you. Right, I'm ready, miss.
So you've got your stack of fabrics in the corner there. You've got, so you start with a triangle and a background fabric, a square of your background fabric that is bigger than your triangle. And then you're going to take your ruler and your rotary cutter
So I've laid the triangle on top of this.
Yep.
That's like, I mean, that's like a rough rectangle.
Yeah.
I mean, no criticism of your cutting, but
Yeah, it's free and easy.
you can be free and easy.
Free and easy.
And then you cut along the side of the triangle.
Just line up your ruler along
Yeah.
the edge of your triangle and cut the background fabric.
Yeah,
Move that to the side.
yeah.
And then we're going to do the same on the other side.
Okay.
And that is our background bits to sew on either side of our fishtail.
Okay.
We're going to take the big triangle, background triangle, and put it aside for now because we can use that for something else.
Yeah.
And then we just sew both of those rectangles back on
Okay.
our fishtail.
Yeah. So let me. Oh, sorry, everybody. That wasn't me, it was a sewing machine. It wasn't my spine. Oh, sometimes though, when I get up and I crack, Emma, it's.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm getting there.
When did that become a thing? And then do the same on the other side.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I tell you what, Emma, I'm already sold on this. It's so much fun to do. It's so much fun to do. The fish is in the book.
Yes.
Look, I've done a fishtail.
Yay.
Actually, though, look, when you think about, do you remember that quilt that we both said, oh, now that is lovely. Is that technique?
Yes, it's a
More or
very similar,
less.
yeah, very similar technique. It's literally a triangle with two pieces on either side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I'm looking at that thinking, okay, now I could make that.
Yeah.
I could actually make that. And I've seen that quilt at shows
Oh.
and I love it.
Yes.
I love the colours, I love the way it's made, I love the way it's quilted. It's the sort of kind of arty quilt that I feel I could actually achieve. Or grab the book while you can.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it is a really interesting read on
Yeah.
history of quilts.
I like that
Different.
that's included.
Yeah. So I've just trimmed it up so that it just looks,
Oh, okay. So just trim the edges. I'm not going for a particular size.
no,
Does it need to be square or rectangular or just straight sides?
just straight sides.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's,
That is free and easy. Gosh. Okay, right. So I've done, so there's my fishtail. Brill. Need
And
a fish
then-
body now.
yeah, with the other bits. So what I've done is I've layered. So my red, your orange is your fish body,
Yeah.
and the purple is the background.
Yeah.
So now we're going to take our rotary cutter.
So I've got two bits of purple.
Yep,
Do
one
they
to the
stack
top.
one on top of the other?
No,
No.
just use one at a time.
Just one?
Because in case our curve isn't the same top and bottom.
Oh, I see. And then the fish is, this is overlapping, what,
Yeah.
halfway?
As much as you want. So the more you overlap, the deeper the curve will be. The less you overlap,
Yeah.
the shallower the curve. So it's entirely up to you. So actually what I might do is a shallow curve on top and a deeper one
Oh, I like that.
on the bottom,
Yeah.
like a guppy.
So we cut a curve.
So I'm taking those extra bits off.
So
Now I've got a matching curve, top and bottom.
I just want to check I'm doing this right. So do I need to go right from the bottom or somewhere here?
Doesn't really matter, to be honest
Isn't
with
it?
you.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
You say that now and then I'm going to cut the fabric and you're going to say, oh, now that does actually matter.
No, because,
I'm only kidding.
yeah, we can always trim it up.
Right. So I've done that. That felt a little bit scary, I won't lie.
No,
So take the background away.
Take the
so I've got
background
that
away.
now. Does that look okay?
yeah.
Yeah?
And it's just sewing those two bits together.
Okay. Oh, hang on. How am I going to...
So Nicholas recommends when you're sewing a curve,
Yep.
the only bit that you need to worry about is the inch in front of your needle.
Okay.
Everything else will sort itself out.
Fair enough. So just try and keep it smooth.
Yeah.
And I'm not pinning anything now.
Nope.
This is when you say, oh yeah, of course you're supposed to pin it.
No.
Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Oh. 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 Oh, this is out of my comfort zone, Emma. And I bet yours is going to be amazing. Let me see what. Do you have to clip into the curve at all, or?
No.
Really?
Depends how deep you've done it, but it should be fine.
Oh, okay. That's not. I thought it was going to be terrible. But there's my curve. I'm just going to come and press it quickly. Wow.
Oh, yeah,
okay. And then you do the same with the bottom.
Yeah.
Do you have to make it like have a pointy face?
I'm going to do a pointy face. You don't have to.
Right.
It's your fishy. So I'm probably going to try and get mine a little pointy face. Maybe not a pointy back. Oh, maybe I will. Try and get it. I might try and get it pointy, like a cigar shape.
So pointy there, and then wider at the back.
Yeah, you can do.
Okay. I'm frightened now.
Yeah.
Feeling the fear, and I'm doing it anyway. Hang on. Oh, this. Right. Right, so this is my fish. I'm not sure. Thank you for showing this demo. Love it. Very inspiring. I'm going to have a go.
Yay.
Get the book.
Do it.
Oh.
I think me and you are very brave doing this live on air.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know what we were doing. That's when I agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't mind, because the thing is, at the end of the day, I say every day that I'm here, go on, have a go, you can try this.
Yeah.
And I do these things all the time, so it's a bit, rich coming from me, isn't it? You've got to do it sometimes.
Yeah.
Collector in Mosa, Kate says, well done for going out of your comfort zone on live TV. I should be able to do this at home.
Yeah,
Yes, you can.
Absolutely.
Yes, you can. Oh,
This is the first time I've done a fish too. I didn't try this at home. So we are both in the same boat, Stuart.
We're what, sorry?
So I didn't try this at home either. So
Oh, you didn't?
no, it's my first time too. I'm just going by Nick's instructions.
Yes. I have a lovely message to read out. I've just lost my husband. Oh, Christine.
Oh, bless you.
Sending you lots of love. But I've saved a lot of his clothes, and you've just given me inspiration to make a memory quilt.
That is amazing.
It's beautiful.
That is.
Beautiful. It's yeah. I've got a show with Sandy Milichit-Masaki on Sunday, tomorrow, in fact, and she makes memory bears.
Oh, nice.
Using clothes, and that's so beautiful.
Yeah, I do love that.
I think it's a super idea. I'm going to come and give mine a press.
Yes.
That was really fun to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've gone a little deep. I might need to clip into seam allowances just to keep everything flat, or it might just press flat.
I think it'll press.
You
It'll
think
press
it will?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, because we are going to trim it down as well, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
I'm making excuses ahead for myself. I did go very deep with my curve, you see.
You did.
I was a little daring. Right, okay.
And then it's a case of just trimming them up to put together. So you can
Yes.
see, I mean, I've gone a bit big on the purple background because I'm not sure how much we would need. But I would just trim both of those. So I've kind of centered that there.
Well, I'm just throwing myself into this now.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, the more you commit, the easier and freer it becomes because what I'm going to do now, I'm going to sew the tail on.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to sew the tail on?
Yeah.
And I've actually changed ends from where I was intending to sew the tail on, because I actually thought that this at the front looked more like the front end, the face end of a fish. And let me just pull that out. There we go. And then presumably you trim it down into, like, say, a rectangle or something.
Yeah.
Which is going to go into your...
Yeah, so they fit together eventually when you put them all together.
There we go. I really love that. I really love that. That's great fun. That was great fun. While you're finishing off your block, thank you so much,
Oh, you're
Emma,
welcome.
for taking me out of my comfort zone
Yay.
gently
There we go. That's
and
mine.
supportively. That's great. Right, here's the book, actually, and here are the instructions. So you get this fabulous quilt pattern called Just Keep Swimming. And I love the way that actually Nicholas has incorporated some flying geese into the fish, a bit of piecing here and there, some spikes,
Orphan block.
some teeth. Yeah, very cool. And then here is the technique laid out, how you do it. You can piece the tail, you can piece the fish first, and just how to put it all together. Very cool. Thank you so much for that. Absolutely brilliant. Can we see Emma's fish?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Can we put them together?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello. Oh. Mine would have its mouth open, wouldn't it?
But then you know what? You could do bubbles.
Oh,
you
yes.
could applicate some little bubbles coming out of.
You really could. You really swimming across. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, you've given me the technique. I'm going to give you the block.
Thank you.
Brilliant. I love it. Thank you so much, Emma.
You're welcome.
When are you next back in?
I think the week of Festival of Quilts.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Are you going to be at festival?
Oh, yeah, I'm always there. I haven't booked anything yet, but yeah, I'm always there, either Saturday or Sunday.
Ace. It's a date.
Yeah.
Come and see me.
I will.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Brilliant. All right. Keep checking out for your book. It is Use and Ornament, The History and Future of Improv Quilting by Nicholas Ball, and it's signed. All right, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, our last hour on oceans. We've got some gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics and some brilliant projects.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Oh, now the last hour on Sewing Street. Where has this morning gone? It's absolutely flown by in a flurry of creativity. Don't we have the best guests ever? Just wonderful, and the best viewers. Now, this hour I've got some wonderful sort of ocean-themed, sea-themed fabrics, projects, kits. I would also like to just start with a couple of improvs, because you've been brilliant, you've been really on board, and thank you for all the lovely comments. This is from Sue. She says, these are 2 projects I've done on courses with Nicholas Ball through Crafty Monkeys. I found it hard to start with as a traditional quilter, but I really enjoyed it. I think they're fantastic. Well done. And you really you kind of step over a line, don't you? Think, yeah, actually, this is fine. I can do this. Absolutely love how you've used the fabrics there. I love that pop of bright orange and that pop of bright blue in the cushion. The quilting's fabulous. Brilliant. Well done, Sue. Well done for, taking a walk on the wild side. Oh, Jenny, a cushion I made earlier. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Very inspiring. mixing patterns and solids. I love the geometry. It's a little bit Mondrian as well, isn't it? And the cushion reminds me, you know, like the sort of gridiron maps of some American cities. It almost reminds me of a map. Yeah, really cool, really cool. They say the best art allows interpretation. Yeah, you've really done it. Great, thank you. Now, okay, let's dive in. I'm going to start with Spoondrift from Janet Clare. I was saying in the break to Hannah and Charlie, I think there's a lot of connection between what Janet Clare does and improv quilting, and also what Janie does, the journaling, because this is like a journal quilt, isn't it? It's a bit of a journey exploring the theme of the sea. There are whales in there, hope anchors the soul, there are birds, there's beautiful piecing. It's really unique. It's absolutely beautiful. I love the map. I love the lighthouse here. And a real mixture of applique and piecing. And here, over here, this is a bit of Morse code, I believe. It's a bit of Morse code. Very clever. Very clever. Now, the book, Spoondrift, which takes you through all of the blocks, all of the patterns, all of the techniques you'll use, is right here. It's $19.99, which I think is an absolute bargain price. Too good to miss this. And it's a beautiful book from Janet Clare. Janet is a wonderful friend of mine and ours here at Sewing Street. And I think she's got a wonderfully gentle, but also very, you know, what's the right word? It kind of pushes you forward way of teaching. She's very calm with it, but equally she takes you along at a pace into her world. And I'd love to go and work with her for a week and learn from her. You've got all these different blocks. Some are pieced, some have applique added in. All easy techniques, but it's that combination that brings them together. And it's so beautiful to look at as well. This says a secret message. I'm not going to tell you the phrase I chose to embroider, but here's a clue. It's from a book about a voyage and is about trusting in yourself and knowing that inside you is all the strength you will ever need. I'll leave you to solve the code. I'm not going to be able to sleep now. It's been a very cultured day, though, hasn't it? We've been to Manderley, we've talked about Pemberley, we've done Morse code, improv, you name it. William Morris. There's a mariner's compass. It is exquisite. All of the pages are matte. They feel lovely. It has a glorious look and feel to it. Now, the first time this was on, over 200 sold in the hour, and it sold out, and people were disappointed. Oh, I like the fish shoal and the rigging. The fishing boat. See, I can't draw, but I can trace. And I'd be just as proud to have made this block as if I'd drawn it myself, to be honest. So, Spoondrift. Nautical flags. Oh, can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Oh, it's gorgeous. Loads of you going for this. The drunkard's path, well, I mean, you know, with your sailor's ration of rum. Didn't officers get something a bit posher than rum? Did they get port or something? Something special? Anyway, all the techniques are included, including how to complete the quilt. And of course, if you don't want to do all of these techniques, you could mix in a different block. You could do more applique. Quarter of the stock's gone. It is absolutely lovely. You could also as well pick certain elements from this and create throw cushions, or or a runner, bag fronts, all kinds of things. It's just very, very lovely. And Janet's done it in a vertical bar formation, but there's no reason why you couldn't change up the layout. Gorgeous. Another quarter of the stock has just gone into baskets. It is an absolute thing of beauty. Now, while I've got this exquisite quilt with me, I think we really should have a deep dive and a close look. I love this block up at the top. Now, Janet's actually reproduced this as a calico bag that you can get with some of her projects. But this is actually appliqued. It's raw edge applique, so bonder web, something like that, fusible web, and then fused down. And actually, I don't think that Janet stitched around the edge, or maybe just a very free motion, stitch just inside the raw edge, just to anchor it there. Isn't that beautiful? I love the font of that. Underneath, this gorgeous chain block. Now, I love any block with a chain. I love the fact that Janet has extended this chain up into the block above it. Very, very clever technique that sort of anchors it. There's a little sailing metaphor for you. Then we go down into the whales. These are obviously whales that have come from the Arctic because they're in a snowball block. But, you know, simple techniques that you'll be familiar with something different maybe. You might not have ever done free motion applique before. This might be your chance to start. There is a small queue on the phone lines, by the way. Apologies for that, but thank you for your patience and perseverance. It's a free phone call, and they're UK-based. I'll be with you in just a sec. Just lovely, isn't it? There's the gorgeous, like the tugboats. Are they tugboats or little fishing boats? I don't know what. One of my little ambitions is to go sea fishing. You might not expect that of me. And actually, I don't care about, in fact, don't even want to catch any fish. But I'd just like to go on a sea fishing trip. And I'll just watch everybody else do it. I'll make the tea, it's fine. But I just fancy doing that. Feels adventurous. And then, and then look down the bottom. That's a bit of Drunkard's Path. Bit of curved piecing there. But it looks like waves, doesn't it, crashing on a beach. Very clever, very clever. Over half the stock's gone now. It's such a cool idea, isn't it? It's a different kind of sampler quilt as well. You know, it's blended because, like here, for example, one block blends into another because of this shared piecing in the corner. It's a very, very cool technique that Janet's employed there to unify two very, very different blocks. Now, then you go down into a bit of foundation pieced mariner's compass. Everybody needs to make one of those in their lifetime, at least. A map of the British Isles. Beautiful. Look, we've got the Isle of Wight there. Am I being a total ignoramus? Is this Arran? No. The Shetland Islands? I am being an ignoramus there, aren't I? I should know that. But, Brill. Yeah, Hannah's still busy thinking about me sea fishing. I'd never come back, would I? I'd be mad overboard. Like, oh, just save yourself, leave me here. Gorgeous. I've got fewer than 30 of the book left. If you've got it in your basket, check out, check out. Now, the good news, if you hate enlarging, you don't have to, because everything in the book is full size. So you've got your foundations there. You can trade. Now, yesterday, Janet was using very lightweight, non-fusible interfacing for foundation piecing, and you leave that in. So you can trace it off, you can see through it really easily, and you leave it in your block, so you don't have to use a short stitch, you don't tear it out. So you've got your foundations, you've got your name for your quilt, Spoondrift, and your numbers, so you can say when you did it, and all of your appliques, any templates that you need, they're all full size. And of course, all your techniques are included. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Again, one of those things of beauty that you will sit and enjoy reading through. And of course, Janet includes little anecdotes, little stories. It's a bit of a journal. And of course, lovely sort of breakdown of the fabric she's used. So if you want to reproduce the look, even though you may not be able to get exact matches, you'll be able to get very similar fabrics to create that look, if that's what you want. You could do a gloriously, intensely coloured quilt using, say, batiks or Jason Yenta fabrics, if you prefer, or throw a bit of Kaif in. We'll come back to that if there's any left. Now, I've got a Kaif bundle. This is a little 1/2 metre bundle, so we've got 2.5 metres in total. Hannah's called this Cruising Fabric Bundle. Kaif Facet Cruising Fabric Bundle. I'm sure Kaif's been on a cruise. I'm sure he's taught on lots of cruises. I've done a few quilting cruises. It was fabulous. Loved it. It's a bit of a retirement plan of mine. World cruise, teach a bit of quilting, have some giggles. Look, so you get 5 1/2 metres. And check this out, it should be £33.03. You're going to save the price of one of your solids. It's £29.26. So you're paying for that, but you're getting that. Absolutely brilliant. 1/2 metres of each. Copen and peacock, and then 3 gorgeous Kaif fabrics. This could be the start of your spoondrift fabric pull, as we call it. Very nice, very nice. Right, next. Oh, I've got some liberties. So here I've got a little bit of Wiltshire Shadow. So I have 3 lovely liberties. You get your Wiltshire Shadow, you get some Emily Bell, you get, now this one is called Gardener's something. Gardener's Tan. No, I'm joking, I'm making it up. You also get this gorgeous stripe. See, this is a bit nautical, isn't it? Nautical but nice. You get 1/2 metre of white. You get 1/2 metre of teal? Baltic. And you're going to do the same again. £41.04. You're going to save the price of 1/2 metre of solid. £37.25. Brilliant, brilliant. I'll have a little save. You might not be thinking sea quilt with this. You might just be thinking, oh, there's a lovely bag. There's a lovely bag. There's a lovely bag. 1/2 metre, 6 1/2 metres, 3 metres in total. Lots of you going for that. Lovely, but watch out. Best to check out your basket straight away. I'm going to recap Spoondrift, the gorgeous book from Janet Clare, the gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind me. Janet was very kind and left that for us yesterday. Over half of the stock has gone now, been checked out, and basically the rest of the stock is in baskets. So if you want to get Spoondrift by Janet Clare, it is full quilt instructions to reproduce the whole quilt. All of the blocks, all of the appliques, all of the techniques, the foundations, all full size. Got fewer than 20 left. If you want one, be quick. Glorious, absolutely beautiful. And it's a beautifully made book as well. It's just very, very lovely. The illustrations are gorgeous. The paper is gorgeous. The photography is brilliant. Cute. Very cute. It's brilliant. Yeah, lovely. Lovely. Right. Now, I've got a Lewis and Irene bundle. I think, is this it? No, it's here. Oh, big bundle. Oh. Now, I'm just going to say, if you bought the Ocean Pearls, any of the Ocean Pearls fabrics this morning, this would work really well with them. It would tone beautifully. Some of those fabrics are sold out, some of them are available. Have a look on the website. Any of them really would mix and match. Now, I've only got one of these mega bundles. We won't be able to make any more. This is gorgeous. There's lots of fabric. 12 half meters. 12 half meters. Let me just show you the remaining 6. Love the jellyfish. Aren't some jellyfish immortal? They can regenerate. They can go back to their sort of early stage and then age again. I mean, I've aged once and I'm like over it, but I wouldn't repeat. There we go. Oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But you see what I mean? Or you could mix this with some bumbleberries. 7 of you want this, but I've only got one. It's fastest finger. It's sold out. It's sold out. Well done. Have a little look on pre-order. Will it be on pre-order? It won't be on pre-order now, will it? Oh, it is on pre-order. Okay. Right. Now, I've also got a solid bundle, and this was put together to complement the Lewis and Irene collection I've just shown you. I'm also thinking if you've got my New Mexico quilt pattern, you could do a very lovely version. Now, I'm not sure that you'd have quite enough fabric. You might supplement it with a bit extra. But the joy with my quilt patterns is I'm not too didactic about you must use this fabric for this thing. So you could always substitute. You get 7 half meters. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? Got that soft grey. You've got that beautiful lilac. Oh, Sue's asked me a question. She says, I've been asked to make a playmat for a new baby. She's not keen on a cot quilt. What would be the best wadding to use? Well, Sue, lovely thing to make, great fun. And also, of course, babies under 12 months shouldn't have quilts anyway as a quilt. They're too heavy. Always a playmat for tummy time and all of that, playtime. I think the best wadding to use for baby quilts is actually our 100% polyester quilt batting, because it doesn't shrink, it doesn't move, it washes absolutely beautifully, and it's brilliant. You can literally keep just throwing it in the wash and it's just durable and wonderful. It's really lovely, drapable, soft, easy to quilt, and brilliant value as well. So I wouldn't go for anything like cotton or bamboo or anything like that. Go for a poly. If you don't want to use a polyester, if you do want to use more of natural fibres, bamboo is great. It's hypoallergenic. That's a good one to use, especially if it's being used for a quilt. You want something soft, something gentle, something drapable. I would go polyester. Right, beautiful, beautiful bundle that, and only £26.53 for 3.5 meters. And I'm just going to, I know it's sold out, but I'm just going to grab in just so you can see. This was beautifully put together. Really nice. Goes very nicely. Excuse me. Don't forget, some of the half meters of Lewis and Irene are available. Have a look online. Now, I've got a pattern called On a Wing, and it's by Janet Clare. On the wing, on the wing, on the wing. And actually, my lovely friend Hilary, who often messages in, has made this. Yeah, and she did a beautiful job. Thank you, Dan. That's perfect. This is On the Wing. And what I've got here is a quilt top. So this hasn't been quilted yet, but it shows you, it illustrates. It's absolutely gorgeous. Love this. I'm going to flick it over the table just so you can see. How beautiful is that? So the blocks are sort of quarter log cabin-like. So they start around a large square that has an appliqued gull in it. And then you're just adding strips of different widths to either side, just to build up, just on 2 sides, to build up the block. And then those blocks are put together. I think, if I remember rightly, in the pattern, you make all your blocks and then you add your birds once they're all together, so that you can really get the movement of the birds just right. But isn't that cool? Now again, in the pattern, the brilliant, Tony does the patterns, and everything's laid out. You've got layout diagrams, so you can really keep on top of it. You've got your templates full size. You could also use this technique, the appliques, to create some gorgeous bags or cushions. It is a lovely pattern for £9.99. And like I say, my friend Hilary made it and did a beautiful job. Absolutely gorgeous. Time to make your version, perhaps. You see, this is where I think there's a nod towards that improv quilting, because these aren't very carefully measured out pieces. I don't think, anyway. I'm saying that. I could be wrong. Wow. Oh, I think they might be. No, I think they are, actually. You cut them to a particular size and length. Oh, I apologise. Well, then it has the look. It has the look. Well, Janet's always very carefree when she's talking about, you know, oh, it's not perfect, but it'll do. I love that attitude. It's very forgiving. That's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I love it when you're on, Stuart. A mine of information, mine of useless information most of the time, Christy, but thank you very much. Thank you. This is what I do late at night. Stuart, you should definitely go sea fishing. Last time we went, we saw a huge pot of dolphins. Wow. Feeding. Needless to say, not a lot of fish were caught by us, Debbie, in County Antrim. Well, that's the thing, Debbie. I'm not bothered about catching. I don't want to catch any fish. I wouldn't eat them. You know, I'm not really that keen. I'll get back to shore and then go for fish and chips, but I just think it would be fun. Susan in Derbyshire says, Stuart, I went sea fishing when we were at school off the coast at Whitby. Well, I could do that. In a sea something. Most of us were seasick. Well, that would be me, Sue. Yeah, that would be me. Sue in Norfolk says, come to Norfolk, Stuart. We could go on a seal watching boat trip. Sue in Norfolk. Yes. Yes. I'm there. Good. Yeah. Well, I want to come and visit Norfolk really soon to see one of my oldest friends. I used to live in Norfolk, of course, for a few years. Oh, yes. That sounds good. Can we go sea fishing as well, though? We can go watching seals, but, well, you can fish and I will watch you. I'll be hanging over the edge being sick. Ah, that's gorgeous. Now, I've also got Great Gulls. Great Gulls by Janet Clare. And now I've seen a little guy, almost like a mini version of this. Thank you, Dan. You need a layer cake for this. This is a layer cake friendly quilt. Is this the right way up? I think it is. Yes, it is. Let me just... Ugh. But this, I know this is a super easy quilt, but isn't it effective? Isn't that effective? Really, really gorgeous. Just popping up the K Facet layer cake. Now, here's a tip. Here's a tip. If you're going to use the K Facet layer cake, see, Janet uses layer cake squares from within her layer cake to make the gulls. But if you were using Kaf, I think I would be inclined to use either a solid black or a solid navy or a really deep purple or something like that for the gulls. I think black would be my personal choice, or a really dark charcoal grey. So they almost look silhouetted rather than making them in patterned fabric, which I think could potentially look a bit odd and might blend in rather with the background. But of course, with the Lake Charm Pack, with the 10-inch Charm Pack, what you get is some that are very dark, and some that are mid-tones, and some that are very light. So, in the way that Janet sort of graded this across the quilt, you could do the same with your Kaf layer cake. And you get the border as well out of your layer cake as well. So it's really, yeah, it's really good. It's a great technique. Cool. That is Great Gulls. And we've also got the details on screen for the 10-inch Charm Pack Lake from K Facet. Oof, love that. Love that. And thank you ever so much, Janet, if you're watching. Thank you so much for trusting us with your beautiful quilts. Now, I've got down beside the seaside. This is a wall hanging from Janet, and this is one that's under construction. I love having a bit of, Janet's work. Again, this is definitely Improv. I knew I'd get there in the end. This is on Improv piecing. There's a basic plan. There is a basic plan, I know there is. But you've got all of your appliques as well, full size. Smiley, good. All included in the pattern. And you do your piecing, make your background, then add your appliques. They are free motion appliques. So you can see here on the girl, this has been free motion appliqued, or you could do it by hand. And then when you've done it, you can add some stitch detail. So for example, here, you're going to stitch the tail of the kite, maybe some little ribbons coming off it, something like that. Add some quilting and then trim it down and bind it. Isn't that gorgeous? $9.99 for the pattern. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. This is Morse code too, by the way. I don't think it says anything. But look there, it looks almost like rain coming down, doesn't it, on the beach huts, which is quite true. It does happen quite a lot. Oh. Do you have any more plans for the rest of World Oceans Day? Charlie's going to go to the ocean. Which one? I must admit, I absolutely love going to, like, near water, walking along cliff paths or walking along the beach, or just being, something about the land and the sea next to each other really sort of clears your brain, doesn't it? Now, talking of the sea, Spoondrift, the gorgeous quilt that's hanging behind me. It's $19.99 for the book. Now, hanging behind me is Janet Clare's version, but here is Denise's version. Denise, that is absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. A piece of art hanging on your wall there. Doesn't that look good along by the stairs? It's fabulous, Denise. How long did it take? Did you enjoy every step? It's one of those things, isn't it? You learn lots of different techniques as you're doing a quilt like this. And also as well, kind of keeps you going. So you make one block, and even though it might be a challenging block, or it might be an easy block, who knows? But you're making one block. You can really enjoy it. What Morse code message did you put? Or is it a secret? Let me have a look. It looks like a really long message. It could be a secret. Denise, if it's a secret, we will absolutely respect that. But if you want to tell us what it says in Morse code, we'd love to know. Could be a family motto. Oh, Hillary's messaging. She says, morning, lovely. Thank you. I love all Janet's fabrics and patterns. Have you got a Spoondrift? Now, Riley Blake. Yes. This is a Riley Blake. This, cute. Cute. This is $7.40. Oh, it's not $7.49. £4.49. Wow. That's terrific. £4.49 per half metre. Cut to order. I think I've just lost talkback. Absolutely gorgeous. Gosh, that hasn't happened at all in the last few days. Till now. That's lovely. What a bargain. You could get that actually and use it as a backing for a quilt. That would be lovely. Really stunning. Gorgeous sort of peach colour. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Dan. Brill, thank you very much. Hello. Hello, there you are. You think, oh, isn't it irritating having Charlie and Hannah's voices in my ear for 5 hours? But actually, yes, it is. But when they're gone, I really miss them. It's such a silent world here on my own without them. This is why I love it when you all message in. Otherwise, it's just me and the fabric. Now I have Alison Marion's postcard kit. Do you get this or not? You do. Can I open this? Yeah. Let me grab some scissors and I'll open it up. Oh, see, I'm a big fan of the fabric postcard. And this is a kit. Oh, my goodness. That's really cool. So this is the size guide for Royal Mail, small letters and presumably large letters. That's very cool. You get your full instructions. You get loads of different trimmings in there. You get your heavy interfacing included, so you can make stiff postcards. And then you also get this rather wonderful panel that's been printed out. And it's got, oh, this is clever. So look here, this is a bit like that pieced seascape earlier on, but this has been printed, so it's done, so you can kind of stitch along the lines and add a few embellishments, layer up perhaps. You've got some different backgrounds, 4 different postcards, and then 4 different backs to your postcard, and you can actually write on these. Don't use a friction pen, use your Sanntangle fine pen, your micro pen, yeah? And that will write on, it'll be permanent, and then you can glue a stamp on and actually send them through the post. You can send them through the post. Yes, 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 yes. Oh yeah, friends and I did this years ago. We loved sending fabric postcards. And they're also a really fun way of sort of journaling if you've gone away for a trip. You know, where you might find a postcard and send it off. But this way you can actually make your own and write on them, but actually maybe keep them and put them in like a little journal. Steph says, oh, I thought this was all unscripted. Oh no, I'm told every single line. I'm not really. No, I have Hannah and Charlie in the background for mostly reassurance. No, trust me, they do all the hard work. I just talk about how lovely the fabric is, but it's a good job. It's a good job. I love it. If you've seen my post today on Facebook or Instagram, I love my job. These are cute too over here as well. You've got some lovely little banners and buckets and spades. These are fun. Life's a beach, sandy toes and salty kisses. I think I went to school with them. Definitely sandy toes. Lovely lad. Special friend, hello sunshine. Now, Alison, I do really want hello sailor on this. For the reprint, please. Gorgeous. Absolutely flying out. Don't forget, you get the panel. You also get your letterbox gauge. You get your full instructions. You get your heavy interfacing. You get loads of sequins, little buttons, trimmings, rick-rack, all sorts in there to embellish. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, real fun. You could actually really have fun making those with the kids over the summer holidays. That would be fun. Thanks, Dan. Now. Yes, Helen Newton's Beach Huts. Now, we've got 2 different versions of these. I'll show you the pattern, obviously the same for each. We've got the pattern on its own, but I just want to talk you through the kit because it's very, very good value. And should we do the green one first? Right. So this is what we call the classic. All right. show you the front of the pattern so you get an idea, but also, here's a still. I've got fewer than 20 of these. Now you get your whole background. First of all, you've got your beach, you've got your sea, you've got your sky. You can layer that up, you can add some quilting first before you start layering any appliques, or just dive straight in. And then you've got all your different elements, including the fabulous border. You've got outer borders as well. So you can make this up as a cushion cover or as a wall hanging. It's entirely up to you. And you get full instructions for both in the pack. Full-sized templates. And you just trace these off onto Bonder web, iron them onto your fabric, cut them out and glue them on. Now, if you want to see the original demo of this, 26th of June, 2023. You see, that was a Hannah. Steph, that was Hannah telling me exactly what to say. And you also get 1.5 meters of white solid fabric. This is to do things like the backing of your wall hanging, the backing of your cushion. Fabulous, fabulous. Now I've got a different colourway. This has been called pink, very descriptive. I'll open out the panel so you can see. So to start off with, just the same, you've got that background, but then look, now this is very appealing. I like the classic, but I love the pink. Love this stripe. You've got all these lovely different fabrics for things like your beach huts and the roofs, and also the shells, the flags, the windsock, the starfish. Ah, one of the beach huts has ice creams on it. That's perfect. Brilliant. Brilliant. It's really cool, isn't it? It's lovely. Yeah. Full instructions as well, of course. 1.5 meters of white. And, of course, full-size templates. Look, you're just going to trace. And a nice, bold, heavy line as well. So easy tracing. No light box required. Just pop your sheet of Bonder web over the top. Leave the paper on. Trace through. And then roughly cut out. Iron to your fabrics. And then cut them out really precisely. And some of these, like the straight lines... if you find cutting those straight lines really difficult, try using a small acrylic ruler and your rotary cutter rather than scissors to cut your straight lines. It can really help. Now, I've got a few panels that I want to recap from earlier. We met today a fabulous new family member, Janie from Janie's Originals, and she was a big hit, absolutely wonderful. We've got a few of her panels that I'm just bringing back. We'll whiz through these. Have you got a code, please? Ending 12. Great. So these are 5-inch squares. You get 40 of them, and this is the vintage. Gorgeous vintage florals. There's birds. There's the kind of decoupage style. I love the peacock. It was Janie Barrett's bleach. Oh, Nigel May, fabulous shirts. We're fabric lovers. We're fabric lovers. Come and show us your shirt. Look at that. Oh, anything to outdo.
I think this is my first time on Sewing Street.
Is it?
Yes.
I think it probably should be your last.
Yeah. Bye.
He's on Hobby Maker this afternoon. I'll say it. Right, back to this. Fabulous, though. Last few of these remaining. Loads of them have sold out, I'm afraid. But this one that we do have just a couple left. All right, another one that I wanted to show you. The square cushion ending, here we go. Yes, so this was one of the square cushions. Again, this was that sort of Victorian decoupage, sort of floral romance, really. I love that this bit here, this is the spare fabric. This panel here is the spare fabric. That's absolutely bonkers, isn't it? You also get envelope back, envelope back. I'm putting Osnaburg on the back of my cushion. I'm using this to make a gorgeous bag, frankly. And then you've got the front of your cushion. And again, I'm just wondering if I shouldn't be embroidering something here or printing a photograph onto fabric and then framing it here. Or, you know, maybe appliquing a name here. You know, so many different things you can do. This is a serving suggestion and nothing more. Thanks, Dan. One more panel. Here we go. This was the Williams Attic. I loved the Williams Attic range. This is the square cushion. Again, this is really a sort of Art Nouveau image, isn't it? Very glamorous, very ephemeral and soft. Love the little butterfly. If you bought the journal panel, there were some butterflies on there. You could add in a few extra butterflies. That would be lovely. Again, you've got your background, your envelope. You've also got spare fabric. Now, I'd be inclined to use this plus a piece of Osnaburg for the back. And then I've got two panels. You could make two cushion fronts, Osnaburg backs, bit of piping round the edge in a soft rose pink. Beautiful. 3 projects for the price of 1. 2 quick bundles to go through. I've got a cave bundle. Little bundle this. So you've got a cave, 1/2 metre of that, and 1/2 metre of peacock. Wow, dazzling. You're making a saving. Will go under £10, £9.99. £9.99. And then I've also got, oh, this is beautiful. This is gorgeous. You have got glorious batik. This is a batik. You've also got a deep navy, 1/2 metre of each, under £10. That is going to disappear very, very quickly. Amazing. Wow, right. I see a ship ahoy. I also see a menu. Here's what's coming up tomorrow. At 8 a.m, I'll be kicking off with Dan Morris's Radiant Reflections Stained Glass Fabric. At 9 o'clock, Sandy Millichip Masaki is here with the Quilt Lovely book by Jen Kingwell. I took this book home and had a look. It is gorgeous. There are some beautiful projects. And at 10 o'clock, it's Cushions for a Beautiful Home. At 11, Sandy is back with the Scrappy Kitty. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of sewing machines with yours truly. Oh, that looks great. Now, thank you so much for spending your morning with us here at Sewing Street. We appreciate it. We love you lots. Enjoy the rest of Global World Oceans Day and enjoy your sewing. Go out of your depth. Try something different today. Maybe you were inspired by the improv quilting. I will see you tomorrow bright and early. Until then, take care.